conference? Not yet. So let's wait for the mics to start operating. I'll just try to fill the silence. I didn't touch it. It really says don't touch. I didn't.
Let me check it for you. So we have to touch.
Okay, now it does work.
It's confidential.
So, welcome everyone. It's actually maybe too loud. Welcome to the second, sorry? Can you try your mics?
Hello? Oh, yeah, it's on.
Yeah. Welcome to the second day of the conference, The Future of Work. Thank you very much for coming. Just one housekeeping announcement. There are lists to sign your attendance at the entrance. Please do sign them. There are actually double lists for 2 days, so 4 signatures if you attend 2 days. Please sign them. That's for the funding purposes. So this session is quite exceptional in that it wraps up the Respect Me project, so the partner of this conference, or is led by Valeria Polignano and the researchers present in this panel. They just published, I think last week, or it's very fresh from the press, the book with findings related to unpaid work, so the politics of unpaid labor. And we will hear a bit more about the book today from the researchers, but also about the Respect Me project more broadly, so how they approached empirically the puzzle of measuring precariousness in atypical forms of employment, what can we learn from that, and what conceptual instruments we have to analyze those emerging forms of precariousness. We have a very rich lineup of speakers today. Valeria Polignano will open the panel, who is the professor of sociology. She does not need more introductions after yesterday's appearances, but she's also the principal investigator of the Respect Me research project. Professor Bernard Cazier, who is a professor of economy at the University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne. And then Claudia Mara, who's postdoctoral researcher here at KU Leuven, and Karol Muszyński, who is assistant professor in labor and economic sociology at the University of Warsaw currently, but also worked in Leuven on the project. And then we also asked to have the discussant, so to say, input from 2 other excellent speakers, but we didn't invite them here to the panel to make it more conversational. So we will open the Q&A with Mark Bergfeld, director at the Uni Europa, and Jane Parker, senior researcher at ETUI, who will warm up the floor after we hear the main presentations. So I will hand over to Valeria. I hope you have the clicker with you.
Okay, so it works. Yeah, thank you very much, Agnieszka, and thank you very much again to the ETUI for giving us the opportunity to have this panel where we can present, well, at least a little bit of what we have been doing over these 5 years. And in fact, as Agnieszka said, we thought, okay, let's dig into this book, which mainly clusters the main analytical, theoretical, and also to some extent empirical, qualitative, and the kind of bridge to the quantitative part. I will not be able, unfortunately, to go much more into detail into the quantitative. I have to say that, and we are very sorry for that, but unfortunately, Milena Franke, who has been also a very important asset in the Respect Me project, and here you can see all the people who have been kind of participating in the ERC along these 5 years. So Milena, unfortunately, who was intended to present more in detail the quantitative part, unfortunately, she had a kind of accident at the end of January, so she's still at home trying to recover, and we send her all our very best wishes. So, as said, this is a book you will find a leaflet, discount leaflet, on the table there and at the reception. And secondly, also I have to say this is an open access book, so feel free to download. So that's the main important thing about this. Okay, so we can start perhaps, and let's go on so we can move on to the, yes. So, This book, as I said, clusters the main issues which we have been covering in this Respect Me project. We have a title in this book, which is The Politics of Unpaid Labor, and then there is a second subheading. Now, why the politics of unpaid labor? I want to give just some little explanation about that. Well, unpaid labor, as I said yesterday, is conceptualized by us in the paid area of employment, which doesn't mean that we don't, of course, engage into the other side of the socially reproductive labor traditionally conceived within sociological, particularly debates, and not only. So how do we conceive unpaid labor? Is seen as the time and effort which is spent by people on tasks which are tied to one's work but lacking fair compensation. Now, the politics here comes in the sense that the politics is the political, which is at the core of this book. The political means, to term in terms of the policy interventions, but also the broad processes which actually have shaped and conditioned the unpaid labor in the way how I've been described a couple of seconds ago, that we see, in fact, unfolding in our research. Now, before I move, hopefully giving some empirical also grounding and illustration of our work, let me say a little bit about the framing, the puzzle, which is at the core of the book, but is also at the core of the Respect Me. So, when writing this project, and also, when writing this book, and I think we have been engaged all in the group with reflecting upon this, we started from a kind of question, which means, if we look at the debate on precarious work, which has been kind of unfolding, particularly in employment, industrial relations, sociology of work debate, we see that this idea of precarious work is very much linked to what precarious work means inside the area of the market, the labor market. So it's unstable work, mainly associated, insecure work, and mainly associated to what? Not only the lack of a standard employment relationship. There has been a kind of discussion, particularly from a sociological standpoint, linking and reflecting upon how this precarious work in paid area of employment links to socially reproductive labor. But this debate is still, a bit not very developed, I would say. On the other hand, when we look at unpaid labor as not only socially reproductive, we see that, of course, there has been a lot of discussion around wage theft, there has been a lot of discussion around voluntary work, and so forth. And also, people have been starting to say, okay, unpaid labor is a dimension of precarious work, but how does this unfold? In other words, whether and how unpaid labor entails to precarious work, which is something we could say, yes, that's what it is still an empirical question, as well as is an empirical question to understand whether and how precarious work automatically unfolds from this unpaid labor. And I say this because, and this is what we will try and we have been able to uncover in our research, we see that unpaid labor, let's say in this way, it is not a bad thing, right, if it is actually supported and is sustained by, the external world, I would say. And when this doesn't happen, when this doesn't really deliver, then we see a lot of precarity unfolding. So now, to try to answer to this question, now I've given the answer, but we had to engage into research on that. We started from a very kind of encompassing approach on work, as I said also yesterday in my introduction. Work is just everything. Work is paid work, is unpaid work in terms of socially reproductive and in terms of unpaid labor in the area of paid employment. So we started from this relational approach to work, which is also very much linked into the politics in terms then to understanding, why do people engage in doing that? Why do people engage in unpaid labor in paid employment? And therefore, in the kind of project, we have been trying to investigate this motivation, where we position, in fact, unpaid labor, not only, work paid, unpaid, but also unpaid labor as socially reproductive labor and unpaid labor in the area of paid employment. We used theories of the ideal worker norm and stigma to understand that political dynamics and power dynamics and processes unfolding and delivering on the unpaid labor, and also looking at resilience as a way in which people cope with this unpaid labor. Let me be very clear here. Resilience doesn't mean that we haven't been able to uncover the struggles that individuals and workers, they are facing when they are engaging in unpaid labor. We use the word resilience, which comes a bit more from a cultural work sociological perspective, because we wanted to understand a bit how people are navigating, how people are coping with these kind of situations. So, okay, I've taken probably a lot of my time already, but what is the argument of the book? The argument of the book, what we have been finding in this book, is that unpaid labor actually is a class-based issue. So, in other words, and of course, it delivers in terms of inequality and precarity very much at the intersection between private, domestic, household sphere and public wage labor sphere. What does it mean? It means exactly that, when unpaid labor is not kind of sustained properly, and there, we look at different resources in that sense, individual, collective resources in the labor market, state policy, and all these kind of things. So we see, in fact, that, unpaid labor delivers in keeping people stuck into precarity and perhaps, letting people, entailing people to precarity, and therefore we argue for a class-based inequality discourse in precarity when we, in fact, argue what is unpaid labor in the labor market. Now, we, in the book, we kind of are a bit going a bit very far. We theorize de facto. We propose a theory of the politics of unpaid labor around what? Looking at, the kind of processes, as I said before, which actually are underpinning the motivations, why people do this unpaid labor in different work areas. And what we found here is that, in fact, people have to adhere to an ideal worker norm, which means, people expect from me to do this. If I don't do this, then, other people will get in trouble, or I will not get opportunity to have and to be employable in the labor market. So it's very much an issue of rewarding, but also it's very much an issue, I would say, of punishment, emotional punishment, or also, objectively punishment in the labor market. Now, we also look very much at, as I said before, and now yesterday we talked about the value of work. The value of work is something which is at the core also of this book, when we link it to the ideal worker norm, because, people value even the unpaid labor they do, because they are really very much attached to that, and that's why we looked at how people navigate the value and the work that they value so much. We also, as I said before, look at the punishment side. Now, here we talk about stigma. Why stigma? Stigma is seen always as a kind of negative thing. Well, it is, and it might be negative, but the way in which we argue that stigma makes sense in understanding the motivation why people engage in this unpaid labor is because it is part of this normalizing discourse. At the end, we are all aware that we have to do it. It's normal that we do it. Now, I'm saying it in a very simple way, but at the end in the book, if you dig more, you will see a bit of more explanation about this social norm of stigma, which goes into a Goffman traditional idea of the stigma. Goffman, the sociologist, talked about stigma as being a social norm. What it is about is this kind of gap. He talks about, the virtual identity and the actual identity, what people expect from us and what do we do. When these, two things don't go in alliance together, then there is stigma. And that's also what we found, but we also found that stigma is power. So in other words, it's embedded into power structures, labor market structures at the very end. And therefore, it became a kind of tool to stigmatize and let certain things happening in a certain way. And here we draw very much on the fantastic book of Imogen Taylor talking about stigma. Okay, yes, 5 minutes, that's fine. The resilience, fine, I will, now just say one thing. When we look at the resilience here, as I said, how people navigate. They navigate by using their own resources. These resources are individual resources. Socially reproductive labor is a very important key resource. But also, financial resources, rents, but also particularly the resources in the labor market. Institutions still do matter. We see a lot of variety across countries in the way in which state policy can support people in navigating the unpaid labor they do, avoiding that these people entrap in precarious work. And this makes a lot of sense. Although I have to say that at the end of the day, institutions, of course, matter, but we see a lot of convergences, and that's why we talk about class-based in that thing. Now, the contribution, I will go over that because it's too much. I think we contribute to precarious work by this, class-based exploitation in precarious work. the social division of labor, and the capability socio-economic approach that Bernard, I'm sure, will talk more about that. But let me see one thing, I mean, now digging into the empirics to give a bit of sense of what we say. So, unpaid labor, as I said, is underpinning class-based inequality in precarious work. How we have been able to see that and illustrated that empirically? We have been comparing, for example, creative industries, here particularly dancer, in Netherlands and Sweden, with care workers in residential care in UK and Germany. Now, if you look here, what people have been telling us is exactly that they do unpaid labor because this is exactly what people expect from them. Sometimes the expectation is embedded into the market structure, particularly in creative, because of the competition. These people are, in the majority of the cases, project workers that have to compete one against the other. In the case of the care, we see more another kind of pressure, which is related to market, but more, interiorized and internalized as a kind of, emotional element in care workers, because care workers know there is labor shortage in the sector in which I work. So if I don't do these kind of tasks, coming early in the morning, staying longer in the evening, baking cakes for my residents and investing time in my work, then of course, this will create trouble to my residents. So there is an emotional element involved in care. Now, at the end, what we also see here is a very much class-based discourse, because at the end of the day, whereas for creative people, dancer, doing unpaid labor, in fact, means for them not necessarily to have to engage and to have to entail to go into precarious work, simply because they might have the resources to support the unpaid labor. For example, the network they are benefiting from, or the financial support of their own family. In the majority of the cases, a dancer, particularly in ballet, and they are, their mama and papas, they are in the sector, they can support them. So we see that, in creative, at the end of the day, there is a prestige sort of status which mediates the capacity or the extent to which these people then, from doing unpaid labor, ends into precarity. So we talk about a kind, as I was saying yesterday, a sort of no-binary relationship between unpaid labor and precarity. This is not the case, and you see it from the quotes here at the very bottom, where this guy here, Ine, says, well, okay, my family can financially support me, so at the end, it's not so bad what I'm doing. The way in which unpaid labor is interiorized in care is completely different. These people operating in contexts where, as I said, there is a lot of labor shortage, a lot of moral pressure on these, and particularly here we have a very gender discourse. The gender role mediates the way in which class is reproduced by, in fact, mediating or intermediating the extent to which people jump from doing unpaid labor into precarity. And I have to say for these women, and this is exactly the same between Germany and UK, independently from the institutional context. These women, because they actually have to drain on their own resources to engage in the unpaid labor they do in the paid area of the labor market, at the end of the day, they stuck into precarity in every sense. So I've said everything here, so I will just move on, because I know that Agnieszka is kind of measuring me. So
it's not my fault.
At the end.
Now, like 5 minutes for the survey module.
Ah, okay, good, yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to say, if I may, because, the digital platform discourse is quite important as well. And we have been, in fact, in the book, we have the care sector, we have the creative sector, but we also have the freelancing working online. And, we have been trying to kind of see, okay, what is the story up? What is the story there? Now, freelancers have always been doing unpaid before platform came in, before technology was in. The problem, as I said yesterday as well, is that by doing unpaid labor now through digital platform, operating through specific business models, these freelancers do not have the capacity anymore to have a return on their own investment. So human capital theory doesn't hold for them anymore. So the investment doesn't hold. Now, what we say here is that, so we actually there was an interesting study in 2023, which I quote here by Martin Dahl and Lentor Vita, showing that when these professionals, freelancers, enter the digital platform reality, this class element is a bit disappearing. Now, we found evidence of that, so we say, yes, that's true. But when we look at the way in which platforms operate, the way in which the algorithm, the technology operates through different business models across these different platforms, we see that the management strategies utilizing algorithm for valorizing capital through labor by working through these platforms actually create a class discourse. In other words, freelancers operating on certain platforms, they have much more possibility to have return on investment, so less reliance on jumping into unpaid, having the possibility, jumping into precarity. But for others operating, for example, through Upwork, where algorithm is very, deleterious for them, then for these freelancers, actually operating through this platform is very much deleterious. And I will go now 2 minutes, as Agnieszka said. What we have been doing then? Okay, we have been theorizing all this. But then what we have been doing is to move from this theorization into a measurement tool for this unpaid labor, statistical tool, in all the working population across all different work areas in different countries. And we have, and I don't have the time here to go much more into details, we have a chapter in the book which was edited by, we have now Jane Parker here, on methodologies in employment industrial relations, where we explain how we have been doing that. It has been a very complex process, but we have been able to do that. At the end, what that actually meant, it meant that we have been distinguishing or distilling 3 main dimensions of unpaid labor coming from this our theorization, which is time, material, and immaterial assets. When we talk about time, we talk about preparatory time, waiting time, many other dimensions. When we talk about material, we are talking about, just, for example, having a bike or having an auto or having a computer, all these kind of tools which employers should actually give, the infrastructure for workers to be able to work. And then the immaterial is very much related to the emotion, the skills that this professional, that is we have seen in care, but happens also in other sectors, put in the way in which they work and which actually should be recognized and put into their own paycheck. We have been running through panel representative survey. At the moment, we are running the UK case twice. And what I wanted to say now, don't be lost in this kind of thing. There are 2 things here. We have been trying to, through these 3 dimensions, trying to look at how our theorization in terms of, why these people do unpaid labor. Is it because unpaid labor is inevitable in the sector in which they work? Is it because unpaid labor is rewarding? Is it because unpaid labor is a punishment, so they do because they are punished if they don't do it? And we've been measuring this in the working overarching population in these countries, particularly France, Sweden, and UK, first wave last year. And what we found here is that there is certainly a discourse of inevitability. A lot of people reporting in these countries that they are strongly in agreement with the fact that unpaid labor they are doing that because it's inevitable. No, they cannot not afford to do that. And also they associate it very much to the rewarding more than the punishment. Now you might tell me, what does it mean? Well, I give my interpretation. To me, it means that we are in a phase where we have been internalizing unpaid labor. We are making it normal. And there the ideal worker theory that we have been using to theorize around why people do it, to me, makes a lot of sense. And I want to close here. If you want to know more about that, we have also video that you can where Kali has been very active in making it operating. So you can see it, what this book is about, and also some policy implication. I didn't have the time to go into that. And I want to thank you very much, and hopefully I stayed into the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Valeria. It's very broad material, so hopefully in the questions we will still have a time to go back to some of the issues, but you provided amazing overview of this rich project. So now we will turn to Bernard Gazier, who will talk more about the capabilities approach and how we can approach unpaid labor through this lens.
Okay, I'm delighted to be with you and to share some comments on the book. But I have a first comment.
just buy it. Then I think that I could participate in the overall project, Respect Me, and for me it was very interesting because it's more a sociological project than an economic project, and I'm economist. And I said, oh, stigma, what about stigma? It's so complicated. But I think finally it has been very, very useful to use the idea of stigma. I will try now to take stock, so to speak, and to propose some avenue for getting ahead, furthering the reflection. I have only 4 slides. The first one will be on some summing up the main results, in my view, of the book with policy consequences. Then I will present a figure that it is, in my view, a good starting point for thinking about the dynamic dimensions of the problem. Then I will propose something about the capability approach that should be revisited, and I end with some consequences. Well, I use here the conclusion of the book, very interesting one by Damien Grimshaw, and he spoke about interlocking damages and interlocking protection, and I think it's very useful to put them just in front of each other. And if you look at the damage, well, I start, of course, with the role of stigma, and it is very interesting because it combines objective and subjective elements. Stigma is inside yourself, but also is stemming from others' judgment, others' pressure, and, as you saw, punishment sometimes. So stigma is a key point for understanding unpaid work, and in the book, we can go in very deep details, and you have fine-grained assessment with comparative. It's not the same in different jobs. And of course, the second aspect, very useful in the book, in the understanding part of the book, is the idea of resources. You can afford unpaid work if you have a family helping you. You can afford unpaid work if you have enough money, enough time for doing that. But sometimes it's not the case, so the question of the surrounding resources is key here, and as Valeria said, it could be connected to class position. Maybe it's a little bit old-fashioned to speak about classes, but here it seems very interesting to use this key for getting inside. So you may have negative aspects, of course, dominating in the case of unpaid work, but you have also sometimes positive aspects, and it could be a competitive advantage, and it is shown in the book when dancers, for example, prepare oneself for high-level performance. It's unpaid work, but it could be key for getting additional jobs and prestige and so on. Okay, so the responses are interlocking protection, and it's useful to put this in the same slide because it's multidimensional, it's interlocking, and then if you follow Damien Grimshaw, we have egalitarian family policy, extended social protection, strengthened worker rights, and collective bargaining. I do perfectly agree, and it's a basis, of course, of the policy consequences that should be presented. But if each element reinforces each other, interlocking protection, then you should have a look, maybe more in depth, on the way they are interlocking, and it is my own proposal. Well, look at this nice picture. It's not so often that we have a picture showing something really interesting for us. Look, it's age earning profile. You have age on the horizontal axis, and you have on the vertical axis gains, earnings, but of course it's a log. Then because it's a log presentation, of course, everything is dampened. Okay. And if you look at the picture, you have normally first the mean gains in the society. It's the United States a few years ago. Then you have transportation workers, and the last line to look at is the blue line concerning Uber drivers. And it is a line that is getting down since the beginning. It means simply that Uber drivers, the younger they are, the more they are able to reap interesting rides, for example, during the night, in difficult context. And of course, when you are getting older, you are less able to do so. It's simply that. And the policy lesson about Uber, regardless, it is legal, it should be understood as pseudo-salaried workers. Yeah, okay. Don't stay there. It's not a career, it's an anti-career. So it's very interesting to look, in my view, to the dynamic aspects of the situation. Well, here I will use the idea of capabilities, but I will connect this very well-known idea to the labor market. And of course, I meet here the very important concept by Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum, functioning capabilities is very well known. It is not income, it is not utility, something else, something that is very useful each time that you have adaptive preference. If you have people that are trapped in low quality jobs, maybe sometimes they don't even dream of something better, and so they can really appreciate their own situation. And the capability approach enables us to understand the situation. But then I have just a word, a little bit provocative, to say about the connection between capabilities and the labor market. Because in sense understanding, capabilities are final. They represent final functioning, final conception to be fed, to be able to express oneself, to control one's fertility. And these basic functioning are final, not intermediate. But if you look at the dynamic here, the dynamic are on the labor market. We are completely in something else, something that could be termed intermediate. Intermediate what? Intermediate capability? No. Intermediate capacity. And it's very close. It's almost the same, but it's very much needed. It has been neglected by Amartya Sen for complex reasons. And I think it's very useful to speak about these intermediate capacities. And another thing, capabilities in sense understanding are individual. Everybody individually should be assessed with his or her capabilities. But here you have collective capacities, and it should be also very important, and it has been neglected. So it seems interesting to speak about capacities, intermediate and collectives. It's not the whole story, but it's part of the meaningful story. I arrive to my last slide, and then I will connect this thinking with the idea that we should manage and control not only position, it is what is done by Damien Grimshaw, but position and transition, transition from one position to another, and you should consider too this aspect. Then we can go back to some very important consequences. It means that the way the labor market is organized, the way firms are organized, for organizing career, it's very important. So you may enrich options in the labor market and inside firms. And if you look, for example, at a very important dynamic institution, such as the French intermittent du spectacle, it's a very good solution for the best able workers. But what about people that are not able to reach this situation. Then you need something else. What could you organize? Social drawing rights, the management, systematic and negotiated of transition. Well, it's an old story. It's a short story of transitional labor markets. It's a research program I tried to develop with Günther Schmidt and Peter Auer. And I end with just one final word. Very often, in the tradition of analysis of the labor market, you should oppose exit and voice. Exit, you quit. Voice, you stay, you use unions and other ways of expression in order to improve the situation. Very often, it is a complete opposition. And of course, exit is typical of precarious work because you are on unstable position, you shift from one position to another. So very often people say, well, exit is not good. But if you combine exit and voice, for example, if a workers are good opportunities, then the worker can choose the best one. It's no need for forbidding something. People will choose with their feet, simply. So it's not a miracle. It's a painful program simply to organize a complementarity between exit and voice. I think that it is part of the program that is beyond the book. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for sticking to time. I mean, it's so much food for thought, and the last observation about the importance of voice as one strategy. I guess with what was said also by Valeria, with the problem of internalizing the unpaid labor and the way labor markets are organized around the precarious model might be a challenge to pursuing the voice strategy. So we will talk about challenges later. And now I will give the floor to Carol, who will talk about legal and regulatory implications of unpaid labor.
Hi, thank you. So as much as you got from Valeria's and Bernard's lecture, the legal and regulatory argument in our project is rather secondary to the class-based and cultural one. But nevertheless, when you look at the problem at an individual level, also comparing different countries, we can see that the extent to which unpaid labor has to be provided by workers differs also based upon different regulatory and institutional structures. First and foremost, we have to remark that unpaid labor functions against different regulatory and legal domains, right? Of course, the first one are the labor law regulations. So whether a worker is, for instance, in a standard employment relationship or whether they are self-employed, impacts substantially on the necessity or to provide unpaid labor or which activities are remunerated, for instance. The same concerns working time regulations. Here, let's refer to a sort of ongoing discussion on on-call time, for instance, how it is being classified in different regulatory contexts. And of course, occupational health and safety regulations, right? So who needs to, for instance, bear the costs of occupational health and safety. But apart from labor law, we have also social protection provisions, right? For instance, issues related to social security contributions and healthcare contributions, who has to bear the costs of healthcare insurance, as well as welfare regimes. And here in particular, welfare solutions are important for cushioning reproductive unpaid labor, right? And here we have to also remember that in general, legal framework does not recognize reproductive unpaid labor. Reproductive unpaid labor may emerge in public policies, but only kind of indirectly, for instance, in the form of care provision to citizens. And our first finding, legal finding, is I think, pretty intuitive. So as much as a standard employment relationship does not remove unpaid labor, it very well reduces it and cushions it through different means, right? One are of course better protected working conditions, so minimum wages, working time regulations, OSH regulations, and so on and so forth. Second is the better access to social protection and welfare benefits, right? Still, standard employment serves as a gateway to access those. And this is in particular relevant for the reduction in reproductive unpaid labor. And thirdly, and I think that this is also very intuitive, standard employment gives better access to trade unions that can then bargain for reduction of unpaid labor. But here we have to also remember that it doesn't mean that unpaid labor is removed, right? It's rather reduced or cushioned. But apart from standard workers, we have also in depth analyzed the problems of non-standard workers. And here our findings are that we should treat these workers as a rather heterogeneous group that requires different forms of protection. The first group are misclassified workers, right? So here we can think of food delivery platform workers or outsourced creative cultural workers working for one client or a very limited number of clients. And here, our solutions, I think that it's an old slide, actually, still. Here, our solutions, the first one is reclassification, right? So we should bring these people under the umbrella of standard employment relationship that cushions unpaid labor. But secondly, what we argue for are more expansive collective bargaining solutions, both in terms of personal scope of collective bargaining, so we have to bring more people into collective bargaining structures, vulnerable groups, marginalized workers, and so on and so forth, but also in terms of material scope of collective bargaining, right? So what are the subjects that are bargained within the collective bargaining structures. So here, the most important one that we believe is still kind of on the margins of collective bargaining is the reproductive unpaid labor. All right, so trade unions should take also reproductive unpaid labor into account while participating in industrial relations structure. But apart from misclassified workers, we also have genuine self-employed workers that are very hard to bring under the umbrella of solutions pertaining to standard employment relationships, right? We have IT freelancers on platforms. We have sort of solo artists working with multiple clients. And here what we argue for is a rather indirect sort of approach to these workers, introduction of employment-like protection for these workers, in many cases resulting in something that we could call a creation of a third status solutions. Secondly, of course, expansion of collective bargaining and unionization rights to these workers. And thirdly, improvements in the access to social protection system, and I leave it to Claudia.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good. I can introduce myself.
Yeah, exactly. So now we move to the case study. I mean, Carol, you raised some, you put some issues that raise perhaps alarm bells, such as third status. So maybe that will be the point for the discussion. So how to interpret that, or isn't it then creating or further eroding the categories of standard employment by introducing third status? So I think that's an interesting proposition. We can discuss that later. And now we hand over to Claudia, who will talk about the case of the care sector. So if we can again have the slides, the same presentation, it's just the second slide, right?
Yeah, I only have one slide, so it's going to be simple. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Carol, also for the legal implications. And what I wanted to do here is just to give you a very brief illustration of 5 minutes into one of the fields that we've been digging into within Respect Me, one of the many, but one that we've been now working on for 5 years, which is the case of care and domestic platforms that we have studied in Belgium and France specifically. And now, what the interesting thing is that by researching unpaid labor, then of course you can move up into the analysis of how comes that unpaid labor emerges and what implications this has for people's life, but also more generally from a macro perspective. What we see in our 2 case studies is that work in care labor platforms tends to be progressively informalized, and also, and that's I think very important as well, not recognized and acknowledged as actual work, as real work. Now it depends, we studied France and Belgium, which are 2 highly regulated contexts. Both countries in the beginning of the 2000s implemented regulations for care and domestic work. So we are seeing it, of course, against this background of highly regulated work and not generalized informal domestic work. And what we see is that in platforms, in France, platforms are rather in a position of semi-compliance with the regulation, while in Belgium, the slide, it's probably, okay, doesn't matter anyway, I can go on. While in Belgium, depending also on the platforms, platforms can just disrupt the employment regulation in the country, in the sectoral employment regulation, or be in a position, there again, of compliance, but not with the employment regulation, the sectoral employment regulation, but rather with atypical, non-standard forms, non-standard statuses, such as, for example, in Belgium, the peer-to-peer. And I can't elaborate on that, but if you have questions, I'm very happy to address them. And what we see, then, the impact on the working conditions, that unpaid labor flourishes in this situations because there are no basic standards. The pay doesn't have to meet any threshold, so pay is generally very low. And work goes also unpaid in many different ways, in many different tasks. There is, of course, no access to social security and to voice mechanisms. And what we also see, and there is also a lot of other research that proves that, is that risks of incurring in physical and safety situations flourishes in this kind of work. But what is also then, if we zoom out and we look at the more institutional macro market level, is also what is interesting to see with regard to platforms that mediate care and domestic work, is that despite fostering this negative working conditions, in fact, they found a very legitimate position in our societies. On the one hand, of course, because they address growing care needs and they do relieve, they offer, they say, a solution to relieve families of growing care needs by providing the traditional reproductive labor services. And this happens against the background of a retrenching welfare. So in a way, regulators are also legitimizing the actions of these platforms by advertising sometimes also the use of this platform. Is the case in France, where the government recommends or offers it as an alternative to find domestic and care service providers. Of course, the way it happens, it again varies across Belgium and France. In Belgium, we have studied platforms that are provide administrative assistance to clients, as I say here in the slide, to mediate cash for care benefits, especially for people with a disability. And this is very fascinating to see. So you see the intermingling between the regulation and the platform's actions. While in France, what we see more vividly is the way the platforms facilitate, are legitimized by the way they use the technology to facilitate the encounter of demand and offer. I'll leave it at that, and if you have any more questions, I'm very, very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the presentations. And we asked now practitioners and researchers to give us not only to kickstart the session of Q&A, so not only pose questions to the panel, but actually ask them to reflect perhaps what they find in the research project, in the book, as most striking, pertinent, or relevant in their work. And we'll start with Mark Bergfeld, who so happens that is responsible for the property services and care sector at Uni Europa. So especially after the presentation and case study that we just saw about the care sector, what would you say are the particularly relevant issues for your work?
Given that I have 3 minutes and there's a lot to discuss, I've set a timer. So thank you first and foremost for this book. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to read everything and there's a lot to digest, but I think from just the parts that I read, it's very interesting because it's very rich in data, and it's rich in theory. And usually in industrial relations research, we get one or the other. And trying to also develop this empirical kind of model and seeking to do on the basis of of what you have is a very interesting approach. So the starting point for me is really, what does it tell us about contemporary care? And I think that the paid-unpaid division in the care sector is really a blurry one. Of where does it start to be paid? Where does it end to be paid? Where does it start to be unpaid? Where does it? And I'll use a quick example of my own grandmother's care worker, who effectively also started making baby clothes for my kids. And so this would be unpaid labor outside of the market. But at the same time, she would also, make an additional call to my mother in case the grandmother needed something which was inside of the market, So I think the categorizations actually fit very nicely. I think that it's very, very blurry in terms of where do you draw the end and the beginning of this. So, and I think that it reminded me, reading different sections, it reminded me of a book that I had read more than 10 years ago called The Externalization Society by Stefan Lessenich, of how costs are continuously externalized onto others. And I think what we have in the case of unpaid labor is the externalization of direct and indirect labor costs immediately onto the worker. And I think that's something that becomes very, very clear. And I think it also speaks at a broader level to what kind of configurations we're currently going through in the labor market. So I think it's very helpful. I think one point that Bernard raised was very interesting, because he said, unpaid labor can be a competitive advantage. And Valeria, you said, well, unpaid labor, entrenches or exacerbates a person's precarity. So I think it's this double-edged sword in a way, depending on where you are structurally in the labor market. I think the important aspect is one, that those jobs that you describe, and I'll finish on that. So that it's I don't talk too much, is basically we're talking about types of work that don't heavily rely on a cooperative kind of element between workers, right? So there are moments in the theater and whatever that are very cooperative, but all that preparatory is very individualistic, etc. And so the people also derive their meaning of work, in the sense of care workers. They go into the occupation knowing full well that they will not be remunerated for all of these things, in the sense of dancers as well, because it has become the professional norm. So my question really to you is where's the gender element in some ways? Because you've spoken about the class, the class-based element, but I would like to perhaps know about the gender element, particularly because Grimshaw talks about egalitarian family policies So, and I think there is a predominance empirically of women workers that were interviewed in this research. So I think that's an interesting dimension to maybe address in the discussion.
Thank you very much. So many points for further discussion. Very interesting observations about externalization of costs, indeed. And then, on the other hand, workers internalizing this externalization of the new norm. So perhaps they don't, just what Bernard said, people trapped in those precarious conditions don't even realize what's the alternative. So what should be the standard they are perhaps aiming for? So with that, we hand over to Jane Parker, who is the expert in industrial relations and democracy at work. We heard so much about the voice and its importance. I'm not sure if you want to touch on that, but perhaps you will add your perspective also to this, to interpretation of the findings. Yes. So over to you, Jane.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. And the panel, I think this is a fabulous book, and I'll definitely be buying it, rest assured, or feel free to drop off a copy if you like. I think voice is going to cut through a lot of what I would like to comment on. I have a few notes, but I won't rehearse what a number of others have already talked about, but hopefully develop a couple of points. So I think this is a terrific book, and as Mark said, it speaks to both theory and to empiricism, which is a fantastic combination, and often we don't see one and the other. I've put down a few points that I think come through from the book about its contributions, and not least a point that Valeria raised about how we define unpaid labour, and looking at categorizations of employment, which was also something that Carol emphasized with regard to what is self-employment, what is employment. And of course, I was quite a fan of the argument in the book about unpaid labour being shaped by class and also reproducing class interests. It's great to see that language is still alive and well, so thank you. And this is amid quite dynamic employment and other policy contexts as well. And the third key contribution that I determined from the book is one that I think is super important, and it goes back to Amartya Sen's work on capabilities and others' work, and thinking about looking at the kinds of labour market conditions that are going to be important for developing and valuing the diversity of human capabilities. And this also speaks to Mark's point about gender and looking at the nuances in the worker groups that we're actually thinking about in contemporary society. And how is that actioned within existing and possible labour structures. So that's the message that I wanted to emphasise from the book, and I think this is going to be critical if paid and unpaid labour is to ever really be fully included, fully engaged, and fully valued. And I also wanted to mention that I was looking at some recent documentation from the European Commission and also from the Council. I think it was a joint proposal report that came out in December about in-work poverty. And I just wondered if the panelists could locate that phenomenon, which in certain member states has been in decline, believe it or not, in 2023, and for myriad reasons, no doubt, around regulatory changes and also individual capacity, resilience, and so forth. But if you could speak to how in-work poverty relates to unpaid labour, precarity, and inequality in the labour market context. And this is of particular interest to me. We looked at living wage research for a number of years and linked it to capability theory as well, with the idea of, how do we overcome this problem of in-work poverty, where people are basically treading water and sometimes still going backwards despite being in paid employment. So just terrific effort. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. Cheers.
Thank you so much. So that was the smooth transition to the Q&A question. So if you have also some questions, please raise your hand. And just to mention, you referred to in-work poverty, which is, of course, a very important measure of the performance of the labor market in meeting people's needs from work, but just be aware that the statistic itself, it's not only sensitive to the lower end of the wage distribution. If everyone becomes worse off in terms of wages, it's not reflected in the in-work poverty statistic. So yeah, it just tells part of the story indeed. That might be more negative overall. So are there any, we have first hand, Uma, Sylvia, then? We start with the gentleman in the white shirt.
Okay, maybe 2 points. One slide was shown from which was concluded that Uber driver is a bad career choice. I'm quite baffled by that conclusion. First of all, Uber was never meant to be a career. It was meant to be a side hustle. The implication that the decrease in income with age is due to involuntary consequence is also baffling, because the needs for income tend to decrease with age. As your mortgage is paid off, as your children have left home, you have less need, you have a pension and so on. So, I mean, there are plenty of other reasons that could explain this decrease, which you don't seem to like. Okay, but do you have any evidence to support your conclusions? That's the first question. The second is, I mean, wouldn't it be easier to decouple income from work? We already do that to some extent, like if there are countries with universal health care, it doesn't really matter whether you have an income from work or whether you don't have an income or a low income from work. There is a social security network that takes care of your health. And so, you know, there is no need to make money like in the United States in order to pay for healthcare. You get healthcare no matter what. So if people were given a universal income, then, you know, they could basically choose to do whatever they want to do. All work would become, in essence, non-compensated because you have your basic income. And then many of the problems that you describe would simply, in my view at least, disappear.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Valeria and colleagues for this wonderful book that they have given. But my question is much more to Bernard Gazier, and I have two questions to you. I'm really happy that you are revisiting the capability analysis, because that's important not only in the context that we are talking in Europe, but also from a developing country context. You talked about the need to go beyond express preferences to adaptive preferences. And I was wondering if you could actually elaborate a bit more as to what you have in your thinking there. And the second question I have is related to what you call as the need for intermediate capability. This is really very good. I guess you're meaning there much more the capacities to be built in within the labor market and also within the firm. Now, this works very well when you're talking within a firm kind of a situation. But in developing countries where you have very large informal sector, or with the digital economy where you have more and more, not really a firm-like structure, but more workers that are dispersed, how do you actually build in those capacities? This is largely because, you know, if you look at informal sector, it's a question about meeting your livelihoods versus going and striking or not taking on the work or unionizing and organizing. So, you know, in such a situation, and don't get me wrong, I am very much aware and I do quite a bit of work on informal unions, associations that have come up over the years in these countries, but it's always difficult to sustain them. It's always difficult to get these workers together when they're dispersed. So I was just thinking about whether you've reflected a bit around some of these issues when you go in, because I do think very clearly, as you very rightly said, there's a need to revisit, because capabilities by itself is not the end goal. There's lots of other steps that are there, and that's why, you know, you don't see that being, it's very nice at a theoretical level to think about it, but how do you put it in practice is a different thing. Thanks.
Thank you for the extremely interesting presentation. I have maybe two remarks. One about the regulatory solution and this third category that Agnieszka mentioned. I mean, I don't want to discuss that. From a legal perspective, has always been considered to be like the evil. And I was also wondering what this unpaid practice seems. It also seems to be a sort of consequence of a failed balance, of a failed social contract that existed once autonomous freelancer job they have more autonomy, but they also had the trade-off of assuming the risk of getting unpaid for some of the tasks. So now the imbalance of economic power between the contractors has really increased. So this trade-off is not anymore applicable in most circumstances. So I was wondering, rather than focusing on creating maybe new categories for protecting these limbo workers, shall we focus on the power concentration on the other side of the bargaining or negotiating parties? And also another maybe more provocative question is, more jobs are becoming a feature of unpaid labor. What if then the job description changes and the contract says, instead of doing only A and B, you also have to do C, that so far they were doing for free. Then fictionally became paid. So just to say, the solution, of course, will be just to increase wages. So I was wondering whether there is some discussion on that. Thanks.
Super, thank you very much. So I guess we have plenty of questions to deal with. Shall we take them in the order of initial speakers? So Valeria, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will not kind of cover everything, but just some point and then give the floor to the others to complement what I will be saying. Yeah, thank you very much for the comments, Mark and Jane and all of you. Let me start from Mark, and probably this tackles a little bit of what Silvia, you said at the very end. So this idea of unpaid labor being, an hindering or fostering factor for, making people employable in the labor market, which de facto it is, right? So in this process of internalization and normalization of the unpaid labor, but the question is, and then I go to your point, Silvia, is okay, so what I need to do, what I need to do in order to make these being a fostering rather than an hindering factor. And there comes the issue of, in fact, wages. So at the end, the wages. So at the end, this is a book on, low pay. So the wages are not there able to support and sustain these people. State policy are not there able to support these people. Labor market do not function. They are not wealthy, and we have to make them refunctioning in a wealthy way. How we do it, that's another discussion for policymakers. I'm an academic, so I would like to, we keep talking. I think their digital technologies play an important role in this process. And, yesterday I was talking about acceleration, going back to what also I think Agnieszka mentioned, so how do we put, if I have to do more tasks in a kind of tiny time, how do I do it? Well, probably I can do it with the support of the technology, but then again, the question is how I relate as a human to the technology. We are back to the discussion of artificial intelligence and all these kind of things. Okay, so, that is a much... On the point of the gender, thank you for pointing them, Mark. I mean, what we see here is that it is true that we analyzed sectors which are particularly more feminized, even dance, ballet is more feminized than others. But what really here we see is something that Jill Robbery wrote in 2003. She wrote, women family position shapes both the labor supply price and the traditional undervaluation of women's work. And this is what we found today in our investigation in starting 2020, 425. In other words, we found that women doing unpaid labor are those reporting running more quickly out of resources. And the reason why is because they have to combine this with socially reproductive labor. And the question is, aside, the unpaid labor discourse, to me, this means to think upon, okay, so it's about what also Claudia was a bit pointing to, is how do we, for example, in the discourse of the platform care domestic, are those helping? Yeah, of course, are supporting, it's a policy, it's a kind of policy supporting women in their own domestic tasks, but at the, kind of cost of, you are absolutely right, shifting cost on other and arming people and other workers, not in the sense. And, secondly, It tells me also from a sociological perspective, we cannot think that care, as Nancy Fraser wrote a couple of years ago, we cannot think that socially reproductive labor is there forever, as well as we cannot think that nature will be there forever. So we have to make something about it. Now, I'm going a bit overarching here. Going back very quickly to the point of Jane, how unpaid relates to in-work poverty. Yeah, thank you, Jen, for pointing this on the table. I mean, yeah, in the report you mentioned of the European Commission, in fact, it seems that, you know, there is, despite it seems that when you compare, but in-work poverty still exists, and particularly for these vulnerable groups, right? Because, in fact, underscores deeper structural inequalities and the limits of, you know, the interventions that even these people in work poverty, they use, you know, a minimum wage adjustment whatsoever. Now, what could be, so how this unpaid relates to that? What could be a response to that? Well, from the side of the research we have been doing, I think that I would say two things. The first is that probably we should also dare to think, not because we don't include it, of course we have to include wage setting and social transfer, but also we need to include other means or tools to tackle the issue of in-work poverty, unpaid labor, which means stronger labor rights enforcement. We've been talking about enforcement also yesterday, expanded collective bargaining coverage, institutional mechanisms, particularly that address the unpaid and also uncompensated dimension of precarious work. And here, I want to point again to the issue of working time, because I really do believe, and I agree with Agnieszka in that sense, that reduction of working time could be a way for reducing, as again, reliance for these people to have to work longer because they have to meet needs at home. So that could be a way. Now, on the side of the other side of the in-work poverty and unpaid, I would say that to me, I would expect, but this is an empirical investigation, hopefully somebody will take the research and bring home and create a new project. You know, it would be interesting to see to what extent unpaid labor is a predictor of in-work poverty. What I could say from my side is that this could be certainly investigated in the area of self-employed people, and I'm referring particularly to freelance caregivers, nannies, cleaners, but also, you know, musicians whatsoever, where we see, and this I have to say, that individual strategies, survival strategies, by, for example, combining many jobs, or, for example, doing, you know, different things in the informal or formal area of the labor market, are the most used. Aside, of course, the fact that, you know, we know unions strategies are important, but we also see a lot of individual survival strategies, particularly in these particular areas, which remains a little bit at a kind of blurring. And going to the blurring point, one thing, and I will stop, going back to what Mark was saying, yeah, I fully agree that there is a blurring, but that's why also we talk about continuum in the book. So there is a continuum between paid and unpaid, and there is a continuum between unpaid socially reproductive and unpaid in the inside area of the market. So, and in this continuum, you have always this relational kind of looking at inside and outside. So that's, yeah, that's the thing. And thank you, I will stop here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the questions. First, a few remarks about the gender dimension. I think that in the book we began to consider gender stigma. It could be connected, of course, because women face different kind of stigma when you compare with men. And I think that here we are mainly the question of measurement. What are exactly these unpaid working times? And it's just the beginning of the road in the book, because more systematic measurement could help us to assess exactly what is gendered and what is not ungendered. This leads me to the question of the working poor, because I remember that when I was young, I made some research work on poverty, on conception of poverty. You have three conceptions: income poverty, you have living condition poverty, and you have subjective poverty. But I remember that another dimension was existing, time poor, the time poor, people that cannot have the time to do basic tasks, to care their family and so on. And I think that time poverty is exactly at the intersection of each dimension, because it impedes you to earn sufficient income. It, of course, part of your living condition, and of course, it's also with a subjective dimension, but a very complex one. It is not only, well, I feel or I don't feel poor. It is something much more complicated, and I think it's very useful for the whole problematic of poverty. Well, now I go to Uber. I agree perfectly with you. Uber is mainly for secondary jobs, for people wanting to earn something additional in their income. But if it is the case of Uber, it's not the case of many kind of platform workers who try to make a living, a complete living about that, with that. And of course, here they are trapped inside, they are trapped into competition with others, and then it is the reason why it is key to equip them with transition opportunities, with something that could be out of their immediate reach in order to unlock that kind of situation. And of course, it's a complement with other action, with reclassification and so on. Well, then it means that you should also have a look at adaptive preferences. Well, a key example of that is restructuring. Each time that we have restructuring, you have people needing retraining, reorientation, and very often people don't want to engage. Maybe because it's too late, because they are stressed, but it's simply because it's not in their origin. And this is adaptive preferences, the way of rationalizing domination situations. Oh, I don't like to that, I don't want to get there. And so it's the reason why it's so important to identify that, and it has a connection with stigma. For example, people don't want to be trained because they are afraid of meeting again a teacher. Okay, don't want. Now we are out of school, nothing else. Okay, and there is a complex stigma here. Well, and it leads me to my last point. It's about the question of intermediate capacities. They are very numerous, effectively. They are on the labor market, around it, and inside firms. Some firms do build, for example, the employability of their people. A word about employability. Employability is a controversial term, and very often it is simply discarded and criticized because they say, oh, look, this is only the fault of the workers, the fault of the unemployed, they should become more employable. So it seems to put the fault and the duties only on the worker. But maybe it's not always the case. You may have collective employability. If you have some very skilled people in a given place or region, they attract investors, and then they build kind of a collective employability. And in firms, when you have retraining, when you open mobility option, when you open simply the ability to take initiative, because there exists emancipatory employability, so to speak. Not always, I agree, but it's part also of an intermediate capabilities. And it leads me to the idea that in and around the labor market, there is a wide number of intermediaries, of organizations that are between supply and demand, and these intermediaries are very various. You may have toxic intermediaries. In my view, it's the case of some platforms. But you may have also enabling intermediaries. And of course, the key question is to promote the good intermediaries, maybe to evaluate them. And it's very important to evaluate. And of course, to discourage bad intermediaries. So I will just end with an idea very simple. You need to equip people for the market. Okay, that's the individual side. You should be trained, you should be mobile, and so on. And you need also, it's the reverse, to equip the market for the people. And this is the second part of the program, and it's a very challenging part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a very nice postulate to equip the market also for the people. So it's not one-way adjustment always. So now I hand over to Carol about the legal question. And perhaps also you could touch, if you want to, the point made by Uma about dispersed workforces and the issue of informal economy. It is a challenge in itself.
Yeah, so I will start by answering to Sylvia, and I'll also try to touch upon other subjects that have appeared. Sylvia noted that maybe we should rather focus on power concentration rather than upon introduction of employment like protection, third status solutions. But I don't see it as an opposing alternative, to be honest. To me, this is a form of market regulation. And I really strongly believe that the way in which we conceive market regulation is a little bit misleading because we still hold to the division between product market regulation and labor market regulation, assuming that, okay, let's allow capitalist employers to compete on the product markets, but let's keep labor standards okay-ish. But the problem with this approach is, of course, that if you unleash competition, then the competition around working conditions appears. Right, there's a lot of regulatory arbitrage, particularly in the context of European Union. We can see that. So the way in which I see third status solutions is actually cushioning the market. It's just regulating competition in itself. So I think that this also targets power concentration to some extent. Of course, other ways to do it is limit the impact of competition on the individuals, right? Decoupling welfare solutions from income. For instance, something that was kind of like mentioned in the spirit of UBI, but it doesn't have to be necessarily UBI, right? Let's think of public housing, for instance. This is one of the sources of precarity for people, that they don't have affordable housing as well. So if we allow this competition between the employers to be so unleashed, this of course translates into competition between workers as well, as Mark has mentioned, right? This is kind of like competition spills over to workers. We have workers competing for the same positions, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I see it as a way of regulating markets in itself. Because I think that the competition is the source of many problems that we speak here, and yeah, maybe just to also refer to Jane's comments. Like, of course, like one of the main determinants of in-work poverty are non-standard forms of employment, right? So here we have to remember that if we allow businesses to reshape their work practices in such a way that they are using non-standard forms of employment, that is of course related to the competitive pressures that employers are faced with, then it results in work poverty for workers. Yeah, so I think that's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I will respond especially to the question about Uber, and thank you very much to the gentleman for asking that question. To Bernard, but I'll reply to that as well, because we actually do have the qualitative illustration, and I really thank Bernard for showing that curve, like those curves, like that figure, because it's. I mean, you said, well, Uber was not meant to be a main job. Well, it ended up being so for many people because there is no limitation, like there is no law that prevents it from being a main job. And well, in a report that we published actually that we'll publish soon, that we presented last week, we offer also a very qualitative illustration through the stories of workers, of Uber workers, of one worker in particular, who was a 40-year-old man who does only Uber driving. It absolutely resonates. I mean, it's really the empirical illustration of why the older you get, the less you can work on the platform. Because in order to make a living out of Uber driving, you need to work at least 6 days a week, at least 10 hours per day. And in order to make it profitable, you usually start working at 6, 7 p.m. and clock off at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Workers that work for Uber, like we've collected data, qualitative interviews with Uber workers in Belgium, workers who work for Uber have immense all of them, also 20-year-olds, musculoskeletal disorders, psychosocial problems due to lone working, due to the anxiety that the pressure of the platform, like of working for a platform, gives you. And I mean, after having heard so many of these worker stories, that graph is really no surprise. So I really thank Bernard for showing that, because it's a great quantitative illustration of the lack of sustainability of certain jobs. And and this also leads me a little bit to reply, and actually the reply to Jane's question about in-work poverty, I wanted to reply something very similar to what also Cara already said, in terms of a proliferation, like how also in-work poverty is alimented, flourishes in a context where non-standard forms of work continue mushrooming. And what we see also when studying platforms in Belgium and France and Italy is that if those jobs are available, people will continue find like their working time extensifies enormously, because to address lower and lower incomes, of course there is an issue with lower incomes and main jobs, if you can call it that way, because in many times it's part-time, forced part-time, and unwanted part-time, and then you continue cushioning that lack of income with additional jobs that often have no, attain no standards, there are no employment regulation that applies, so it's a really vicious circle that we have seen throughout the whole Respect Me research, I think, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. We have 1 minute left, according to the big clock there. Is there any other comment you would like to make? Probably we don't have time for the full-blown question, but if you have some comments, yeah, Uma? Anyone else? And also there.
I also want to echo what Claudia said, and I also want to thank Bernard for showing that particular graph, because that's a reality of almost every worker in developing country, irrespective of the sector. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. There was also a lady. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just to add, because waiting time was mentioned a couple of times, and for us, it's, for us towards the discussion at the ILO level in June, the fact that the definition of waiting time and hours of work was so key to really see the fact that they are not being paid for all the time they are waiting, right? So even we have been saying to the ILO, waiting time is working time. Unfortunately, in the ILO report that assessed, there's no reference almost at all on waiting time. I think there is 1 or 2 references, very, very slow. But I would like to see how you see this relation, because in platform, in case of Uber, but also in others, we have seen not only that the workers are waiting for the task, but also something that is that really captured our attention, that the time that the client is waiting is being advertising. So the time that the worker needs to wait to be assigned does not exist. He's waiting. You just call an Uber, in 3 minutes it's coming, but that time is not existing in terms of remuneration. But for me, as a client, those 3 minutes, I've been advertising. Mean that there was money there in these 3 minutes. That money probably goes to Uber or the advertising, but that money is not going anywhere in terms of workers. So I'm a bit curious because you mentioned waiting time, working time. How do you feel? How do you think about that? And also if you have seen this advertising period of time, and if you think that is also an opportunity.
So maybe just a closing comment, Valeria, and also
very quickly.
Well, what's next also. We see there's more to do.
No, I mean, thank you very much, Monica, for the question. We do have a paper I mentioned yesterday on human relations, was published in 2023, where we actually calculate empirically, we used working diaries, and we calculate empirically that. And you are absolutely right that this is, the kind of client, that's his value, so it's transit, of course, of transaction, and that's another thing. The question is, also this brings me back into the discussion about what this platform also now jumping from transport to care back, yeah? I mean, what we discussed about that, I mean, yes, of course they formalize, but the formalization is the economic transaction. They don't formalize labor. Let's be very clear here. And there it is, because they don't formalize labor, then you see that the economic is there, but yeah. Now, just one thing, just to give you an idea. So, for example, on Deliveroo, we have been measuring, there is a huge discrepancies between workers accessing paid work, which is workers reporting being 10% of the working days, versus accessing the platform, which is 86%. So there you see a big gap, right? And this is this is a quantification of the waiting time of these people. So yeah, just to give that as but.
We need more research, Valeria. We need another respect me too.
Another respect.
Yeah.
Respect me too.
Yeah. No. So thank you. Please join me in thanking the speakers. The amazing contribution of the whole Respect Me project. And now we break until 11, when we start the parallel session cycle. Thank you.
Welcome to the special session that we have organized on power relations in the digital economy. It's an issue that is going to come out in New Political Economy Journal. Some of the papers are already available online, and some others will come in the coming days. The issue talks about a number of things, just not about regulation, but also talks about how you need to regulate some of the finance markets and also the issues around taxation. But today's special session, what we decided to do is try to bring out the worker voice and worker resistance in different parts and different segments of the digital economy. So Nicola Ponsvigno is going to talk about the experience in Switzerland in one of the warehouses. Fikile, who's worked along with Professor late Eddie Webster, is going to bring out the experience on platform work from South Africa and other countries in Africa. And what Prakriti is going to do is largely trying to look into what has been different types of power struggles from the worker side that you've been facing, and she tries to synthesize this very nicely along with her colleagues in her paper. So we'll get some insights from each of them, and then it'll be opened up for discussion. So each speaker gets about 15 minutes. That's what they've bargained with me, and they'll try to keep the time. So over to you, Fikile.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, great. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this conversation as we continue to think through the opportunities and challenges of the platform economy, particularly in the global south. Building on Ashraf's reference on Castells, the launch and sale of the mobile phones in South Africa began in the 1990s, when Vodacom and MTN launched the first cellular services in 1994. Today, the cell phone has become an indispensable part of our daily work and non-work lives. The landline telephone, which used to be at the center of our homes and offices, has virtually disappeared during the course of my life. This Eddie Webster always cared that I mention, with the belief that I am too young to know what the landline phone is. I mention this because part of the research that we conducted with food courier delivery riders in Johannesburg, Nairobi, and Accra, in a research report titled, "I Just Want to Survive." And what became most fascinating to Eddie in the research is that the smartphone has become the new workplace, and where the app, or Uber Eats, Mr. Delivery, Jumia Foods in Accra and Nairobi, is the common point and place of production. The app requires that the food courier riders access it in order to work, and this they use their own data, and data is quite expensive in the part of the world that I'm coming from. The riders often expressed that without my phone, I have no work. Although food courier riders speak about the challenges of the app, the main point of production and the app is not user-friendly, as it requires a lot of updates daily, all of which cost them a lot of money to access the data. So the chapter Workers' Power and the Platform Capitalism, the final embryo towards an alternative, emerged from this research, and it points to the emergence of a new worker in the digital economy. This new worker is subject to a new business model based on authoritarian algorithmic management. Even though platform work is based on freedom, autonomy to work, and brings with it new economic opportunities in Africa, which South Africa in particular has a very high unemployment rate amongst young people. It's sitting at 46.6% in 2024. In our research, through the workers' experience, we see a different picture. We found that this new work order is deepening worker insecurity. It undermines worker rights and increases inequality between a core group of extremely wealthy platform owners and a growing pool of precarious workers. So embedded in the work is customer feedback through the rating system, where riders are ranked and rated. This is translated into reputational score and a proxy of trustworthiness. This, the riders believe, gets them more work. So this forms part of what is called in sociology emotional labor, which puts the rider under constant stress to better perform, to get the food delivered on time and in good condition. This algorithm translates consumer demand into tasks that food couriers need to execute. It specifies where and when those tasks must be performed, and directly or indirectly determines how much money workers will be paid for the execution of such tasks, regardless of the distance between the restaurant and the customer's home. So the app directly or indirectly controls the execution of the work and the worker's performance at work. So there is no worker autonomy. Essentially, the companies perform the intermediation by integrating reviews, rating system, global positioning systems, and electronic payments systems. So here the Riders Commission is crucial because that's how they get paid, through the rating system. So they maintain a steady income and it motivates them to work more. The commission is the amount that the Uber Eats would charge per trip. When we asked the riders why the driver rating is important, riders explained that a high rating was important in ensuring their continued access to Uber network, and by extension, a good rating helped protect their income stream generated on the app. So each city, Accra, Nairobi, and Johannesburg, have different rating systems and different levels of rating. So this provides the riders with an instrument to control the income and further solidify the perceived flexibility that they enjoy. So all of this highlights the precarity of the nature of this work, as this tech giant has the authority to deactivate the rider's account should they not perform satisfactorily. The second most fundamental cause of their precarity is the misclassification of their employment status. So the food courier riders have been misclassified as independent contractors, partners, or self-employed. This then does not allow them to challenge these cooperations, and it undermines their worker rights as mentioned before. The implications of this ambiguous status on the African worker is that precarious workers are experimenting with new hybrid forms of worker organizations, including different types of association. So this blurs the distinction between traditional unionism and informal workers' associations, cooperatives, micro businesses, and saving clubs that they've now come to be part of. However, traditional unions remain crucial in providing support and access to institutional power for the emerging organizations of precarious workers. This is discussed in the case of amalgamated transport and general worker unions in Kampala, Uganda, where the transport workers managed to extend their membership by incorporating informal associations with taxi operators, border riders into the union. So in Johannesburg, the riders are even more precarious because 90% of the riders are migrant workers, some with no legal documents, and this the employer knows. These are predominantly young men who are relatively well educated, and this is their primary and only source of income. The food courier riders do not own the bikes, and they drive in our sample. So the majority of them rent the bikes, and they have longer working hours because they have to pay for the bikes. So most of them reported a minimum of 60 hours of work. So amongst many other things that have been reported, there have been high incidences of accidents. For example, there were about 6 or more food courier riders who died in Cape Town between 2017 and 2019, and a lot more accidents have been reported in the course of this research. So the riders ultimately struggle to survive. The central argument that the chapter makes is that algorithmic management is a double-edged sword. So workers are under constant surveillance, meaning that the new technology increases control over work, deepening inequality on the one hand. On the other hand, by technologically linking workers, they have increased workplace bargaining power. So this provides riders with the ability to develop collective solidarity and even strike action by collectively logging off the app, opening up possibility of riders exercising associational power, thus contributing to the emergence of self-organized hybrid forms of union-like organizations and forming new partnerships with NGOs. The new technology connects the workers, making collective action, solidarity possible through the WhatsApp groups that they've been part of. So in the case of the food couriers, where we spend time with the riders in their work zones in different malls and shopping complexes, and as we have observed, by participating in the riders' soccer tournaments on public holidays, which are significantly well organized, this again highlights the power that the workers already have. With this example, and perhaps as a way forward, we have identified that this emergence of union-like hybrid collectives offer a mutual aid. This is opening up the possibility of new forms of worker organizing emerging in the platform economy. So this new opportunities to extend protections, this growing industry, in coordination with emerging platform worker organizations. So established unions should actively come up with ways to help meet the demands of this new digital work order. However, the scale of the informal economy and the large reserve army of labor in Africa poses challenges to building sustainable worker organizations. So work and worker replaceability makes it difficult to build a workforce that is able and willing to pay regular membership fees to a union. The result is collective action without enduring organizational structures. While grassroots struggles remain essential, without formalization, regulation, and institutional support for platform workers, the embryo worker organizations identified in the study may not survive. May I please show just a quick picture and perhaps just a little tribute to my colleague Eddie Webster on how we collected the data. That's him. We were at the soccer tournament. And this is where we spent most of the time teaching couriers on their rights. That's another photo here. Yes, next. Yep. Yes, next. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fikile. As I mentioned earlier, this entire special issue in New Political Economy has been dedicated to Professor Eddie Webster late, and largely because he's been one of our father figures, at least from the Global South, on industrial relations, collective organizations, grassroots union organizing, informal organizing, and it's deeply hurt all of us sitting here who have worked very closely with him. I think what Fikile brought out through her presentation was clearly what we were discussing in the morning, the issue of capacities, the intermediary capabilities that you very rightly talked about, Bernard. And I think the question is, there's a lot of resemblance, right, between what we see in the informal economy and what's coming into the digital economy. And how do you collectivize, organize workers in this space to fight for their rights? And I think it's just not, I think we've been hearing yesterday about how these platforms can help in formalization. Actually, what they do is formalize probably the transaction, but not necessarily the labor protection. And for that, you still need workers to be organized and to fight for their rights. But the issue is, with whom do you fight? Do you fight at times with the client or with the platform or with the state? And I think these are issues that need to be taken up quite a bit more deeply. Our next speaker is going to be Nicola Ponsvenio, who has contributed one of the articles in the special issue on the logistics sector and looking at the power resources and the last mile delivery. And he looks at one of the most developed countries, that is a Swiss logistics company, and tries to understand what is the kind of labor struggle that is happening within there. Over to you, Nicola.
Thank you, Uma. Good morning, everybody. So today I'm going to tell a story of a labor struggle, a worker struggle in the logistics sector, in the most precarious and intensive part of it, which is last mile delivery, that was on the face of it a failure. But I think from this failure, like from any other failure, we can learn a lot, possibly I think sometimes more than we can learn from what we perceive to be successes. I'm going to talk about a mobilization that started at the time of the COVID crisis, when for a short while we started valuing the work of people who bring things to our homes, so-called delivery workers. And I think what I'll talk about today is a good illustration of what Sara Stevano wrote in relation to this category of essential workers. She wrote that the essential work classifications have recognized certain workers as indispensable, but haven't been used to subvert the relations of power that make them disposable. And I think that's exactly what we're going to look at today. If you want to think of the people I'm going to talk about, if you haven't seen it, I recommend it warmly. Ken Loach made a film a few years ago called Sorry We Missed You. I don't know if anyone here has seen that, but this is basically exactly what I'll be talking about, a really wonderful, if slightly depressing film. So I'll start by talking about what was the conceptual framing for this analysis, and indeed the fact that a number of people in the labor studies world think that the logistics sector, and in particular the last mile, actually possibly represents a very important field for future hypothetical reclaiming of labor power in capitalism. And to make sense of that, I'll talk briefly about the power resources approach, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and briefly about the specific literature on the logistics sector and last mile delivery in particular. Then I'll briefly expose what the worker militants whose struggle I'm analyzing in this paper have called the DPD system, DPD being a French multinational firm that's competing with DHL and others for the markets of last mile delivery. And I'll characterize the system as a form of Amazonification without Amazon, because Amazon isn't present in the Swiss market, but the way DPD organizes its system is exactly similar to what Amazon does in the countries where it's present. And finally, I'll reflect on the struggle and its really bizarre outcome, which I'll state up front, which is that the workers that led the struggle were dismissed, and that the company, after claiming that it wasn't their employer, decided to engage in a process of collective bargaining with other unions that were not rooted in the workplace. And I think that's for me, what's the interesting thing today is to think about the usefulness of the PRA, and especially the PRA's focus on the role of institutional power. But let's start maybe going backwards or going north to Sweden, where the PRA originated with the work of Korpi in particular. Initially, the PRA was something called the power resources theory, which tried to make sense of the relative generosity of welfare states in advanced capitalist countries. Let's say from Sweden for one extreme of generosity to the US for one extreme of whatever the opposite of generosity is. And of course, the focus of the PRT was to say that this was down to the strength of unions and their ability to obtain a more generous welfare state in the context of social compacting or collective bargaining. What the PRT didn't predict, however, was the subsequent weakening, if not collapse, of trade unionism, certainly in the workplace from the 1980s onwards, and in many cases with a few years of delay also in collective bargaining. Nonetheless, from the late 1990s, early 2000s onwards, power resources became a subject of interest in labor studies again, and in particular in global labor studies. With the work, I mean, we can think of the work of Beverly Silver or Eric Olin Wright, and then of a group of German sociologists at Jena around Schmalz, who basically renamed it the power resources approach. And what's interesting about it is for them, power resources is not just an analytical instrument to make sense of labor struggles, it's also an instrument to strengthen worker struggles. And I should add that all of these authors, the Silver perhaps a bit less than the others, see the ultimate use of power resources as trying to achieve what they call a positive class compromise, which means a situation where both labor and capital's power resources are so strong that their interaction is positive for everybody. Now, what are these power resources? The main power resources would be associational power, the power to form organization and organize collectively, and structural power, which is the power to create obstacles within the production process, right? Then there are secondary resources that workers and unions can develop, and I should specify that in the PRA, I think one of its weaknesses is sometimes those two words are used very much interchangeably. And the most important secondary resource, of course, the one that links the two power resources theories, is institutional power, which is the power that unions, once they're engaged in various forms of social compacting, whether it's a high-level policy or direct management, for example, in France, of healthcare funds, can then exercise this power institutionally. Logistics here is particularly interesting for lots of labor scholars because logistics is the quintessential sector, having grown massively with the restructuring of production since the 1970s. It's the quintessential sector where you have some workers that can actually really create an obstacle to the circulation of goods and the accumulation of capital. I mean, the most quoted and researched example, of course, are dock workers, given the organization, the very tight just-in-time organizing of global shipping dock workers, and they have been, in some cases, able to mobilize successfully. What's interesting is a number of authors, such as Ness and Ali Mohammed Wilson, have argued that at the end, the very end of the logistics chain, the last mile delivery is both the most labor-intensive, relying on a precarious workforce, and therefore offers, some of them claim, the potential to become a sort of new manufacturing militant labor force. And I think that's what I want to interrogate a bit critically today. So the way the logistics sector is organized and last mile delivery sector is organized, and I think the model for this is very much what Amazon has done in the Western United States. It's a little bit like trying to have your cake and eat it, right? It's typically a system which tries to combine extreme control over the work of delivery workers, usually done or mediated through a series of digital instruments, in particular little portable devices that are kept on the workers or in their delivery trucks, with taking absolutely no direct responsibility for what happens to them or the way they achieve this, and that's done through a very advanced subcontracting system. I should maybe pause and to say that subcontracting is not new, right? It's a very well-established method to achieve exactly this, a combination between control over work on the one hand and on the other hand, trying to limit responsibility. What did the workers working for DPD and exposed to that system respond to? I think it's interesting to reflect on that. What really upset them was the fact that effectively they were being robbed by their employers. So they were really upset by the fact that both the great intensity of work meant that they were often not able to perform deliveries in the time that were imparted to them, and that they often found themselves illegally, according to company policy, having to pay a series of fines, because those fines should have been paid by the subcontractors. What's interesting about this for me is it's a very convenient position for the company, which can claim, well, listen, what these guys are doing is illegal. We've told them to treat you well. We've told them to give you ample rest time. We've told them not to charge you for this. But of course, the very structure of subcontracting and the very low profit margins inherent to the logistics sector mean that the people who are the subcontractors, the petty capitalists, who in my opinion are nothing more than disguised workers as petty capitalists, often former drivers who've been given a loan with the help of the lead firm, they usually have no choice but to do that to stay afloat. And there's very commonly bankruptcies happening among them. So the workers responded to that, started organizing. And the way they started organizing, which I think is really interesting, is that they had in their midst a number of very militant workers. Most of them were migrant workers from neighboring countries. And in the canton, so the part of Switzerland where they were most active, Ticino, they were Italians from the north of Italy with a very strong trade union and militant tradition. They started organizing, and the first thing they started demanding, aside from the end of a series of illegal wage theft practices, was the recognition of their own organization and the right to negotiate. And this is where things become really interesting. DPD says, no, we can't talk to you because we're not your employer. Your employer are the subcontractors. And it's very interesting to look at how the company justifies it. It's appealing to the Swiss fondness for federalism, saying that they have a federating model that draws on local expertise. Our local experts are able to know the local context and therefore do a better job. Upon closer inspection, the way in which work is organized looks all but adapted to local conditions. There's absolutely no wiggle room of any kind. The work is done with trucks that have DPD's logo. People are wearing DPD uniforms. And most importantly, they're using a device called Predict, which controls their movements and tell them what to pick up at what time, where to deliver it. With a very simple rule that applies across the board. Once you arrive at your destination, you've got a 2-minute delay time to deliver it. Now, of course, why is the last mile so interesting for many labor scholars? Because what this labor process tries to do is to squeeze reality, the reality of getting to a remote Swiss village in the snow in winter, the reality of arriving at a customer's place and the customer is in a flat, in a residence, and you don't have access to that residence. Arriving and you don't have a place to park, etc., 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 right? A series of, I would call them recurrent, predictable, but nonetheless non-standard events that create the very conditions for this intensification and this difficulty. So the workers struggle and struggled on, and what's interesting is if you want to apply the power resources, they tried, so they mobilized by organizing, they mobilized associational power. They couldn't really mobilize structural power. If you want, I'll tell you more about this in the questions, because, well, let's put it briefly, Switzerland has quite a reactionary labor relations system where there's very limited, is that 2? No, 1. 1. Very limited, very limited protection for firing. Let me cut straight to my conclusion. As I said already, the ultimate thing that happened was during Christmas, adding insult to injury, the company canceled the contract of the contractor, the subcontractor that was employing the most militant workers that everybody knew were leading the movement. And then they reallocated the contract to somebody else who rehired all the workers but those 5 workers, as you can imagine. The message wasn't lost on the workers themselves, and the subsequent move by the company, which I think is fascinating, was to engage in this collective bargaining process, which bizarrely still hasn't resulted in a published collective bargaining agreement, with unions that are not really yellow unions, but they're more these bureaucratic unions that basically focus entirely on negotiating agreements. Now, what I find interesting, and the lessons I draw from this, there are 3 and then I'll stop. The first one is to see a lead firm that uses the institutional power of labor to silence the voices of workers, right? And that's a very, very good illustration of our South African colleague, Karen Runciman's double-edged sword of institutional power. I should add that this is by no means specific to Switzerland. In Germany, for example, a lot of collective bargaining agreements, although the law in Germany says that temporary and permanent workers should have similar rights, specify different rights for these workers. So it's not uncommon for institutional power to mobilize to the interest or in the interest of capital. The second interesting element is that the success really of this mobilization, which was a success over the fear of being dismissed by very precarious workers, was primarily a success linked to their collective organization and the presence of militants. And the importance of these labor militants, I think, is confirmed by one simple empirical fact. It is exactly that the company targeted. And the confirmation that they had identified the right strategy in challenging the triangular employment is also confirmed by the fact that the firm completely refused to admit that it was the employer. And the third lesson, which is maybe a bit more provocative, is all of this and many other cases make me wonder if the hope that many unions have, including I think at the European level, that it's somehow possible to return to a positive class compromise that characterized the post-war period may not be profoundly misguided. And in fact, I think part of the reason why it's misguided is that the way the labor process or Taylorism has been taken to new levels through digitalization means that the reliance of firms on the accumulated knowledge of workers has now declined. What firms need in labor-intensive sectors is access to a pool of workers that they can recruit. They need a labor fix, as in any time of capitalism. In the case of Switzerland, that labor fix is provided by the migrant labor pools that are available near it, by a series of other policies that we can discuss elsewhere. But there's certainly no material basis, in my opinion, at the moment, for a positive class compromise. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicola, for providing us these valuable insights into the Swiss logistics company, a lot of parallels with manufacturing supply chains. But also, I think what's very worrying is that it's not just the digital labor workers, but it's also workers within the proper firms who can be dismissed if you get into collective action. With that, I move on to Prakriti Das-Gupta, who's going to talk about social relations and worker assistance in the platform economy, and she tries to chalk out a future research agenda.
Yeah.
Over to you, Prakriti.
Hi,
You have
everyone.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. There are a lot of people in the room who've seen this work progress over the years. I'm a final year PhD researcher, hoping to finish over the next few months. So what I'll be presenting is something that features in my thesis as a literature piece. And so I'm going to go over to what this, I'm going to go to what this paper really offers. So firstly, it offers a critical reflection of the complex social relations, and I'll explain why it's complex, of platform work. It synthesizes the different resistance practices that workers have undertaken, both at the individual level as well as at the collective level, and across online versus location-based platforms. And then you see points of, and then you see points of convergence and divergence from traditional forms and approaches of worker resistance as well, and I've mapped that out in the paper, and of course the central role of technology that workers use as both a social as well as a political tool. But what's interesting is how technology is used, as well as the counter use of technology, which is part of these social relations of platform work. And finally, you have the involvement of new labor actors who were part of the grassroots labor struggle in the platform work context. So the starting point of this paper is not really a debate, but different perspectives that I came across in the literature. There are scholars who describe the working relations as triangular, as triadic, as quadratic, and as multi-party relations. And what is interesting is that this description aligns very closely with how platforms view themselves as a multi-sided marketplace. And then on the other side, you have scholars who then call this yet another labor capital relation that is joined by a cash nexus. And this is where it gets a bit more interesting, where you have the theory of subsumption being used, where the customer, the involvement of the customer and the supplier is described as new relations of domination and subordination that the capital or the platform introduces into previously existing patterns of work through formal and through transitional subforms in different types of platform work. And what happens as a result of the subsumption is that it leaves behind a rudimentary labor capital relationship that is joined by the cash nexus. And the concept of subsumption here is therefore very critical in terms of how capital establishes itself through gradual reshaping of the social relations until it's thoroughly aligned with the interests of the capital, right? And then colleague Simon Joyce, he proposes the possibility of integrating the dynamics of subsumption and cash nexus into understanding worker resistance practices. And we take a cue from that assertion to explore how the social relations of platform work have shaped these acts of resistance. As Uma began by stating that the contention is not just against platforms, but against customers and state. So we'll, next few slides will kind of explore these practices and alongside some of the questions, the agenda that I've charted out, which I've also pursued part of this agenda as part of my own PhD thesis, but leaving you guys with a few things to think about and reflect further. So at the individual level, I haven't changed the slide, sorry. At the micro level, at the individual level, you have workers renting, buying accounts, you have workers purchasing ratings, segmenting their task, long-hauling activities in relation to the customer. You have workers, especially in the food delivery, where they generate fake orders by colluding with other actors involved in the marketplace, which is primarily the supplier and the customer. Apart from that, you have re-intermediation practices, you have ways that they figure out how to capture search prices, how to displace the penalty onto the customer for certain rights, and therefore these are all practices that they do to protect their rewards and their performance metrics. But what is interesting for me here was how workers have engaged with customers and suppliers as either a target of resistance or, in certain cases, an accomplice. And the important question, therefore, is what is the motive and the possible gains from partaking? What is the motive and the possible gains from these other marketplace actors who are partaking in these acts? Especially in the case of the generating the fake orders by colluding with riders. So why do restaurants collude with workers to generate these fake orders, and what is the potential motive for this particular practice is something that is very interesting for me and for a future research agenda as well. Then you have workers swapping devices using fake GPS bot apps and so on and so forth. And this is mostly gaming the algorithm. So to be able to circumvent the surveillance, you have unplanned log-offs, you have rejecting, withholding task outputs to disrupt the circuit of production. And then the associated agenda with that is, again, understanding the impact and the success attained, the longevity of these acts, because platforms, some of my conversations with the platforms as part of my data collection was trying to understand how do they feel about these practices, what is and how do they see the longevity of these practices, and so on and so forth, in terms of my empirical work. That again becomes very relevant to understand, because platforms are able to change their algorithmic management practices very quickly. So how sustainable are these resistance approaches at the individual level? They kind of become relevant to understand further on. And then you have workers then disintermediating. So like they carry out off-app transactions where they directly engage with the customer and bypass the platform infrastructure completely. So they are able to keep on the commission that they owe to the platform, essentially. And for that practice to happen, you need to have the customer on board. So when that happens, my question therefore is that doesn't that destabilize or dismantle the labor capital relationship that the platform establishes? And what are the consequences or the implications of that practice then? And how do platforms view it? So does it mean that the social relations of platform work are slightly more nuanced than just the labor capital relationship? And is there something more that's happening? Is something that I keep wondering in this paper. At the collective level, at the collective level, as Fikile mentioned, and as well as Nicola mentioned about various grassroots efforts and organizing that's been happening in the form of informal unions. But what then is relevant is also the involvement of new labor actors. So workers have forged relations with the wider community, with especially academics being involved in the mobilizations in different parts. So question then from that emerges in terms of how do workers view these new relations that they're establishing, the participation of new actors in their grassroots struggles, particularly academics, and even what I find is different levels of union participation that has happened in different contexts. So in relation to the empirical context that I studied, what I found was in Ireland particularly, most of the people who are doing delivery work, they're migrants, and they are migrants from different parts of the world, and they have, they're quite skeptical about unions getting involved. And more importantly, they are unaware of local organizing practices. So that impacts their grassroots mobilization possibilities and how they engage with these grassroots channels as well. And that's something then to take forward and to think about in terms of how workers view these new relations that they're establishing as part of their grassroots struggles. The next practice that I'd like to discuss at the collective level is strikes, and particularly how and where the location where some of these strikes have happened. So of course, a lot of the strikes have been in the public spaces, city centers and so on, by food couriers, but a lot of these strikes have also happened in front of restaurant premises, so right in front of the large restaurants. And so the question then comes to my mind is, why do certain restaurants allow or condone these practices? If they are completely subsumed within and are aligned to capital's interests, why then do they condone some of these practices? As in the UK context, you've seen a lot of restaurants expressing solidarity with the acts and they've logged off their or they switched off taking on new orders when the strikes have happened. So then is there something more, is there a relation that is something that's not been yet considered, that these restaurants might have with these workers independently, and something that needs to be kind of thought about a little bit further. And finally, at the macro level, you've seen strategic litigation and parliamentary and political lobbying that has happened in different contexts. You've also seen the Platform Work Directive that has emerged. Of course, a lot is left in terms of how it's going to shape working conditions after the transposition happens in different member states. But how will that then impact working conditions of the workers? In some of the presentations yesterday, I heard people talk about how formal contracts were being extended to platform workers in different parts, but the working conditions didn't improve. So after the Platform Directive is transposed into national law by different member states, what kind of improvements would and how would that impact working conditions is something that future research would need to focus heavily on, according to me. And with that, I leave you thinking about these issues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Prakriti, for keeping the time as well as bringing out the worker assistance at the individual and the collective level as they try to navigate the space in the power relations in the digital economy. We are lucky we have about 25 minutes roughly, and we can have 1 or 2 rounds of questions. So if anybody has, please raise your hands and I'll go by. Great. Start with Monica, I'll come to you, and then here, and then for.
Thank you so much for these presentations. My question is more related with your last presentation. I found quite interesting that you highlight the element of the customer, right? And on that sense, I mean, because, for instance, part of the model, and I think was also mentioned, is the rating system. So in that sense, well, customer has a lot to say. And we already know and have data at which point rating system has a huge impact on the worker's life, actually. But on the other hand, and take into account the definitions on digital labor platform that we have seen in the EU directive, even though the ILO draft, in order to define digital labor platform, they try to put in as an element the client by saying that upon the request of the providers of the services, right? And I don't know what you think in that sense, because I agree with you that it's a different model in that sense, because now the customers are important in this aspect. But do we really need to take into account in order to classify who is an employer? Because at the end of the day, digital labor platform, from the trade union's perspective, means the employer. And if it means employer, means collective bargaining, union organization, it's another word, right? So do we really need to have that element to define a platform as an employer? That's my question, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Monica. There's somebody there. Can you also introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm from Privacy International, and we've been doing a load of work on various different digital labor platforms. My question is, how useful is it to talk about digital labor platforms like as one thing, where a lot of the examples you're all talking about are where labor is and demand is specifically tied to a geographic area, like delivery, whereas other digital labor platforms like micro workers doing data labeling, for example, in Africa, where the platforms aren't tied to a particular location, which has had pretty significant impacts on organization and resistance, where platforms have been able to kind of whole-scale shift countries and ghost their laborers. So yeah, I just wanted to ask about that distinction when it came to digital labor platforms.
Thanks so much. That's the third in there.
Hello, I'm Helena Verhaak. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. There we go. I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Antwerp looking at platform work. Thank you for the great presentations, first of all. I also have a question for Praktriki. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I have a question about, I thought it was really interesting how you showed, you started to say that it's the triangular, sometimes quadruple relation with platforms, where the platform is always at the top. So the management of the platform is obviously very top down, where the workers are at the bottom. I was wondering, since you also talked about collective workers' resistance, if you only focus on the resistance of workers that stay on the platform, if it, like long term, or if you also look at some sort of, I don't know how to call it, but like external workers' resistance, because I, for example, look at platform cooperatives where platform workers decide to leave the platform altogether with the mindset of we can do it better, we will start our own platform that is governed more bottom up rather than top down, that is worker led and has more democratic like management processes. So I was wondering if you also look at that, and if so, what your opinion is on this, or if you incorporate this somehow into your research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last one, Valeria. Thank you. Yeah, it's also for Praktiki. I have a question. I was not in this discussion, unfortunately, talking about, the change of the employment status, but not the change in working conditions. I'm interested in knowing what was why was that? I mean, because I could, from my side, say that one of the reasons why this happens is simply because of and this is very much to do with the supply chain. And we see that particularly in one of the most interesting platforms that applies employment status in the food delivery, where we see, in fact, that these platforms utilize intermediaries, labor market intermediaries, which often do not work in the way how they should work, even in contexts which are highly regulated. And I'm talking about Belgium here. So where workers actually report also to lose sick leaves and all these kind of rights because of the way in which sometimes things don't work as they should. So I was interested in knowing more about, what was the conversation there. And the second is, I like very much this triangular relationship. Because, we have been also engaged with a PhD student working, Milena Franke. We did this study where we talk about the commodification, the circle of commodification between restaurant workers and platform. And there actually we see that restaurants play an important role. Also in commodifying work and labor, which seems to be a bit, slightly different from the perspective I understand that you are, so I'm interested in knowing how do you see this possibility of restaurants to kind of, we see also some coalitions building there, right? But sometimes the platform, is able to kind of then come in and disrupt things. So I was interested in knowing whether you could give a bit more insight about what is in the hands of restaurants that, and whether this applies for all workers or just for some particular riders working for example, specific platforms. Thank you. Thank you so much, Valeria. Okay, Jose, go for the last one. Just wait for the mic to come. We'll have another round. I'd like to give the authors a chance and then come back. Yeah.
I wanted to ask about the stage of the scholarship. Like, at what point are we in the research of resistance in the platform economy to be able to theorize when this resistance is effective? What are the enabling conditions that really would position a specific group of workers into achieving better working conditions? Because I see that now we have a plethora of case studies, and I'm interested in the theory development of when resistance is effective. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jose. That's a very, very important question. I do want to reply to you too, but first over to you, Prakriti, and then we go in the reverse order. Nicola and then Fikile.
Hi, everyone. I was hoping that that I won't get too many questions, but well, there we go. Okay, so first question was in terms of the involvement of customers in rating and whether we need to account for their presence and their involvement in the workflow to classify whether platforms should be considered as employers or not, right? There is a paper in British Journal of Industrial Relations, very old paper by Bellamar, End Users in the Industrial Relations System, and she, or I'm not fully sure if it's a she or a he, but they talk about how the involvement of customers need to be, and their role within the industrial relations system need to be considered. And the paper, the consolidation of this view didn't really happen. I did not see follow-up, but I think the moment right now is ripe because of the dominance of the customers. You've also seen customers being involved in various grassroots struggles. There's a paper by Ricky and Lekakis in Greece where they talk about how customers really voiced and they did like a online social media campaign against one of the food delivery platforms. So considering their involvement, I suppose they are a stakeholder that now needs to be brought in, and given the kind of contention that's happening from the worker side, not just against the platform, but also against other involved parties, I think there is a case for that. That's question number one. Question number two was with regards to whether I'm only focusing on collective worker resistance and whether I've looked at cooperatives as well or not. So this is a question that's very specific to my research, I think. No, I haven't looked at cooperatives because my thesis, it looks at the resistance practices that are out there, and I have gone ahead and I've interviewed platform management to understand how they view worker resistance. So that's a big part of my thesis. Apart from that, I have engaged with restaurants and customers to understand how they are involved in and how do they perceive worker resistance. So this is where my thesis, the scope of my thesis at the moment is limited to. But there, and also my empirical context has been Ireland, and there hasn't been too much cooperative movements there for me to draw upon. So yes, I've looked at that limited context. And to Valeria, she mentioned about the working conditions, and after, despite extending employment contracts, why the working conditions haven't improved. So this was a conversation that I don't remember yesterday afternoon. There was some of the presenters, they talked about how this particular cleaning company I don't think they had mentioned the name of the platform, but the cleaning company had extended employment contracts, and there was no, from the empirical data from the workers and the anecdotes that the researchers had collected, they did not see an improvement in terms of the overall working conditions despite having the contracts. So I was drawing on that. And then I have a colleague in EUI who researched at the Glovo context in Spain, and that paper is out though. And he talks about the rider law. After the rider law came out in Spain, he examined how algorithmic management and the experience of workers, whether that changed with the rider law. And his conclusion was similar, that despite these kind of provisions being implemented, working conditions are not changing to that extent. So what do we do about it was where my research agenda was trying to focus on, and especially now that we have the platform directive, which is kind of a more larger scale, and there is guidelines for EU member states to kind of, take up on and transpose international law. There is a case to understand how would that implementation then impact working conditions. And the last part of the question was with regards to the commodification and the restaurants being involved in commodifying the labor process. So again, this comes from my empirical findings in terms of me trying to understand how do restaurants view themselves in the workflow. And what I found, and this is not in this paper at all, it's part of my data empirical findings, where it was, there was no consensus amongst the restaurants. Most of the restaurants that I talked to, they said that we are in independent stakeholders. We are not, some of the bigger chains they said that we are the ones who are driving volume for these platforms, so the platforms need us more than we need them. So, and you have a different case then for smaller restaurants who then have a different view on the platforms because they use the platforms for marketing purposes and so on and so forth. So I can talk to that a little more with you, Valeria, but thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Prakriti. Over to you, Nicola, and then Vicky.
Thanks a lot. I make just observations on the local and remote platforms, although I guess the main person who can make observations on this is Uma. And then obviously on this very stimulating question that you asked about where the theorizing and the research is at. I think that's a very, very good observation. I'm sure there's no doubt that the evidence that we've seen is obviously that there's more dynamic organizing in local platforms for obvious reasons, which is that this is where the more traditional forms of bond forming between workers can happen, and that's something that's also in my research, that obviously a lot of what we see in the digital economy is a structuring of the labor process that seeks to undermine collective organizing, and that's particularly easy if you're dealing with remote workers. And I have to say that's definitely one of the more exciting areas, is what's happening there. I think some of you do research on this. What can we learn from it, and what are the obstacles? I would just like to say, I'm sure you're aware of it, that the remote workers are not all in Africa. They're all over the place, including in Europe, and many of the local platform workers are there as well. So the differences there are not so clear, in terms of a global north, global south reading. On the scholarship, I think that's a good question. I do wonder, there is a plethora of scholarship, and I do sometimes wonder myself, if we're making genuine progress, or if we're just publishing papers for the sake of promotion, H-index, and all these other things that academics tend to be after, to be honest. I think there's sometimes an obsession with theorizing, at the expense of developing knowledge that can actually be useful and strategically used by workers. And I think that reflects a little bit maybe some of what I was saying about the dual nature of institutional power. I think trade unions have made and are making a fundamental mistake, and it's very clear in the case of the digital economy, by not challenging the organization of production and the labor process, which is very often what the workers organize against and feel crushed by, and just focusing on a series of employment conditions. I think that's a strategic mistake, because that's where the most important issue is. But the question is, are unions themselves often comfortable with being controlled by workers? Are the unions that are lobbying for a series of changes on regulation at a macro level actually representing the very workers that they claim that they're defending? And to be very clear, I think, if I take from my small case study, which I think has its interest and of course its limitations, but I believe case studies can be useful. One thing that's very clear is what's critical is to ensure and to struggle for institutional conditions that make this bottom-up mobilization possible, including protection against dismissal for worker militants. That's absolutely crucial, because without this, you can think about all the sources of power that you want, but none of them are actually going to be effectively mobilized. And yeah, the truth is, I'm not sure scholarship can go that far in actually stimulating something, It's more about tracking it and supporting it. But that's just my personal view.
Thanks so much, Nicola and Vicky.
Can you hear me? Thanks. I think I just want to speak to the question of the employment status. And I think this is something that unions always tend to run to when they have to organize platform workers, you know. I think in 2022, there was a study in the UK, or a case in the UK where they were bargaining that platform workers be called workers instead of employers or employees or that kind of state, so that they are able to be protected. Because I think what someone was saying in the earlier section that this work has become almost a career. So they are working full time, and especially in Africa where there's no other option but to do this line of work. So we can't run away from the harsh working conditions that they're working under. So they do need to be protected in some way or the other. So I think the category of them being called workers then allows them to be able to resist the working conditions in a particular way. So unions shouldn't run away from platform workers, please. Yeah, that's...
Thank you so much. I do want to add a couple of points to the questions that have come. I do want to take first Valeria's question on employment status, working conditions. We have done at the ILO, unfortunately this is not going to be made public because of the double discussion we are going to have on decent work in the platform economy, but we did some impact studies on both the workers as well as the companies to understand to what extent the regulations that have been brought in have had a positive impact or no impact on the workers per se. This was done in the UK, Spain, France, and the US. And in Australia, we basically followed what has been the process of putting a regulation in place. In all the 4 countries that we have seen, there was absolutely no impact on the workers. There's nothing. You have everything in the law, everything there, but nothing's been implemented. Neither have the companies actually gone about complying to the regulation, except in the recent, because there's a court case that went in Spain, where they went about classifying many of the workers, delivery workers, as employees. But to what extent is again a big question. And what many of the platforms have done is either they do not comply or they leave the country. And this has happened not just in these 4 countries. We also know about the famous case of the Ontario Labour Relation Board, which in Ontario led the company to leave the particular jurisdiction and then the country per se. So I think there's a larger issue here for us to think about, saying that regulation by itself cannot actually solve the problem. That's where the worker power becomes even more important. And coming to the point of Jose, I think this issue around resistance and resilience that we're talking about, and what Prakriti was also talking about, gaming the algorithm. You know, the limits to what you can promote as a strategy and what you cannot promote as a strategy, because there are moral, ethical questions around it. And there are people involved in it. So, you know, how do you, this is workers naturally finding ways to resist and finding their strategies to do it. But how do we help them in a way that is not immoral and unethical, that doesn't jeopardize their own livelihoods? I think that's a question for me that comes up with this whole resistance story, because again, this resistance resilience is something that has come up with the COVID-19 pandemic, that you see a lot of these strategies coming out. It wasn't there before. But what you could use these applications is probably much more, it's been an effective tool to have these strikes, to coordinate amongst themselves and to see how, you know, you can strategize and fight for your rights. And I think there, the Greek example was one of the fantastic examples where you could strike and you could get the customers, which I think is something we never discuss about. And that was one of the reasons why we sort of pushed this for this particular paper, to try to get, customer plays a very important role today. Because everything you want is cheap, right? Whether you want, talking about the unpaid labor, it's about the wages. You're subsidizing your customer. in the entire process. So I think to get that voice, to make them realize, to make them part and process of this entire thing becomes very important, and to ally with them against the platforms, I think that becomes fundamental because the customer is paying the worker. But part of that is taken away by the platform as a commission fee or other types of fees, right? So I think how do you navigate that space becomes very important. And finally, on the question of the microtask workers that were being talked about, yes, it's super difficult to organize them, especially on the cloud working. There have been a number of initiatives that have come up, but it has not been sustained because you're talking about a global competition that is taking place. So how do you actually organize them, but also how do you think about regulation is also something is very, very difficult. I think you get back into the supply chain discussion of lead firms, subcontracting firms, how do you actually handle the whole thing? But what's interesting is that IG et al., way back in 2017-18, tried to have the crowdsourcing codes of conduct, which allows workers to actually file for litigation and basically try to do it. But again, there are limits to it. But the progress that we have seen, which is much more recent, is within the microtask work within the BPO companies. And this is largely within the Kenyan space, largely because of the whole OpenAI issue that came out, where they have been able to organize. To what extent that again extends to other geographies is a big question. And I think only time will say to what extent it could be taken. Sorry for taking time, but I thought I wanted to respond. And over to you. Can we have it's time up, but I think we can allow 5 minutes to wind up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Madalena from Cambridge Econometrics, and I thank the panel for this great presentations. But I have a question specifically for Nicholas, because I'm working on a project on CCAM, and one of the use cases is the last mile delivery. And I wanted to ask you, how do you see this future power resource approach when you introduce also CCAM, so the automated technology to replace some of the workers? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Is there anybody else? Yeah.
Hi, Kerry Williams from TUC Cymru, the Trade Union Confederation in Wales. Can I ask Vilike and Nicholas to expand on what they think the roles of traditional unions should be based on what the research and speaking to workers?
Thank you so much.
I'm also, well, of course, you can imagine as ITUC, we are working also a lot in terms of helping affiliates to organize platform workers. So either in their own traditional structure or just by organizing platform workers. And every day, actually 2 days ago, we got in Singapore the first the first platform workers in the transport sector that was recognized as a union, and they joined the federation. So I think, of course, it's a huge challenge, but I think also we need a legal structure, even though it's not enough without implementation. Fully agree, of course, Uma. But also we need to face the fact that we have seen Uber in LinkedIn now sharing a video, young workers saying that they are not workers. So the fight is even bigger because some of the platform workers, they don't even recognize them as a worker. So it's a big fight in that sense. And then, of course, the legal framework do not allow them. This case on Singapore, we are very happy to see that because, well, they have been also working on legislation, but in other countries, they are not completely not allowed. So if we don't have a legal framework that allows to set this environment, an enable environment, like sometimes we hear about that from the business, but should also include the legal environment for them to be able to organize, they will not do that. But I fully agree that, and it's part of the work from the trade union agenda to organize platform workers as part of the structure.
Thanks a lot, Monica. 2 minutes to you, Nicola, to start and make your final remarks.
Thank you very much. Very stimulating questions. And so on the introduction of labor substituting technology, if I heard you correctly, I think, like everywhere, the way in which technology is introduced is mediated by the power relations within a sector, a firm. I think with what I've seen in that particular case, the power relations are such that the technology will be, if it is introduced, it will be introduced on the employer's terms. It's certainly not the ghost collective bargaining agreement that's going to prevent that. And that's one more reason for what I said, which is I think the strategic mistake of not looking at the production process, of agreeing, which is very clear if you look, for example, at the UPS unions in the US, no? It's basically the workers complain about the ever greater squeeze. You know, there's like a textbook about this big that even says if you're right-handed, you should put your pen here, you know, in order to limit the movements you do when you're going into your truck. If you don't challenge that, then the moment the labor process gets transformed by the introduction of technology, instead of being able to say, let's work on how we can introduce it together, it will be on the employer's term. And it will, of course, as usual, depend on the relative cost of labor and availability of surplus labor. We can talk more about it, but that's my impression without being able to tell the future. On the question of what role should unions play, I think that's a big topic. But I would say, first of all, I think a lot of traditional unions, for a range of reasons, have found it difficult or have been reluctant to really go and organize precarious workers or formerly insourced, now outsourced workers. And what they've done from South Africa to many other places and try and resort to top-down regulation and lobbying. In South Africa, it was banning the labor brokers, for example, as a substitute, you know, promoting a minimum wage, as a substitute for organizing workers. And I just think we need to accept there's no substitute for organizing workers. You know, you can't just try and pass a legislation and hope that it's just going to fix everything. And the problem, of course, is unions are democratic organizations. So if you start organizing large amounts of precarious workers, then you're going to have to listen to what they have to tell you. And you're going to have to let your union be partly decided by them. And I think that should be embraced. I think that should be embraced, and that would probably lead, for example, to more focusing or a different way of approaching negotiations. But I think that's a big challenge. I think it's worth it for a very simple reason, and I'll stop here, which is certainly in South Africa, I was struck, I spent 17 years there, and I was struck by the contrast between the dwindling power of the established trade unions and yet the unbelievable labor activism leading to massive strikes over months by agricultural workers, perhaps some of the most precarious and exploited workers who were able to self-organize and mobilize. And so I was thinking if the unions were ready to embrace this, you know, something great could happen.
Thanks so much, Nicola. Vikile, your last points, last thoughts?
Oh. Thank you for the session. I think, yeah, it's when the conversations happen about platform workers, I think it's important that when we think of bringing it and implementing it in different parts of the world, we should consider the impact that it has on the people that it's coming to in other parts of the world. And of course, not taking away the fact that, yes, the work is needed, but the working conditions really need to be improved because we don't have the same geographical location and we experience a lot of things that are different from what is experienced in the global north.
Thank you so much, Vikile. Your last thoughts, Prakriti?
They're not really last thoughts, but just I never got an opportunity to respond to at what point in the research we are, and I'll just end with that. There is so much literature on how platform workers have resisted so much. It was part of a first activity that I did as a researcher to consolidate and synthesize that literature. What will now be interesting is to see and hear from the other side, the other perspective in terms of how platform companies are looking at these practices. What do they do? How do they tackle? Is there any differences in or variation in how they approach these practices with respect to certain social, economic, cultural contexts? That's going to be very relevant to understand, and then understanding the other stakeholders that are involved within the workflow, the labor process is equally important given their active involvement in in the work, essentially. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prakriti, and thank you so much to all of you for coming for this session and also for all your questions. Join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers. And look out for the new political economy issue on power relations in the digital economy, which will be out shortly. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
May I just add on behalf of
Thank you very much for joining us on this last parallel session of the conference. I'm very convinced this will be a really interesting one. It's on trade unions and the platform economy, and I think we've got three very interesting presentations on different aspects of this in different sections for you. So we will start now, and each speaker will get 15 minutes. And then afterwards, we will have time, as in the other sessions, for questions and answers. And we will start with Johannes Specht, building up local-based activist groups to tackle a global player in the gig economy. Experience with union organizing efforts at Germany's food delivery company. Johannes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so we start. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this great conference. Really interesting presentations here. I will keep it very shortly, so we don't have to. Oh no, it's working. Okay, sorry. So I will present a case study, which is still ongoing. So let's present some first findings. I'm a little bit more than half a year in my research on the part of Lieferando, which is the #1 fast food delivery company in Germany, better known by Just Eat Takeaway, the orange ones, you know them. They are presented in nearly all European and international companies. My research is part of a bigger project I follow to look at collective agreement movements in low-wage sectors only in Germany, but from different unions in Germany, as you can see here, and one of the cases is Lieferando. My interest in that, how do unions run collective agreement movements in the low-wage sectors? And that means in the face of very limited power resources and limited possibilities to get access, to get workers mobilized and into strike. So it's working. This is very closely, I just go over it, my research design, what I am doing. And let's go to the Lieferando part. So food delivery service is, as you all know, this is very common for you, special sector of gig economy, work is algorithmic managed, virtually no contact to employers, but it is conducted in public space. This is one of the big differences we have to keep in mind if we do, I think, research on other platforms, which are not visibly, but which will take place in whatever, household cleaning and not visible. The food delivery services are very visible in the public space, and that, yeah, this is important in that case. In food delivery, as I said, Lieferando is the #1. We have there a small but growing union density, which is, as you can see, very low, 7 to 10% of the actual workforce, but which is a big difference to other food delivery services also in Germany. So we're not talking about getting the first steps into the field, but we made some steps. I will go on like this. The riders are paid at the statutory minimum wage, which is 12.82 euros an hour at the moment, and a small bonus for fast numerous deliveries. So let's get to the history. In 2018, the first Works Council could be established against hard resistance of the company. Today, we count a total of 19 Works Council and a joint National Works Council. First important achievements, which is very important in that case, is all workers are employed directly at Lieferando, and the working equipment, which means not cars, but bikes and mobile phones are either provided by Lieferando or paid a small compensation, so that the riders use their own cars or bikes but get a compensation. All of this is a result of fighting, in this case, legal fights and court decisions. So this is not to understand that if Lieferando is to be blamed as a very good employer in that field, it is not. In early 2023, so 5 years after the first establishment of works councils in Germany, the responsible union, NGG, requested for the first times negotiations on collective agreement. This was the first time that the German union tries to get a collective agreement in the complete field of food delivery services. 15 euros starting wage is a demand, extra pays, better working conditions, and what is important to me is the access to the main algorithm, whatever that means, whatever that could mean, and to say that I'm very sure that the company will never accept that. But as a demand, it is important. So in these 2 years, oh, there's 2013, I see. It has to say 2023. Yeah. No, wait. Technique. So 2023, as I said there. So 2 years ago, the NGG first time asked for start of negotiations and very quickly went into first strike actions in a limited number of cities, but let's say the most important cities for Lieferando in that case. All strikes were widely perceived in media. This is also not new to you, I think, that the public opinion or the media is very, very keen on strike actions at fast food delivery services. So the company refuses to get even in negotiations. They even don't answer the call of the union. And this is maybe one of the triggering points that a broadly internal, it's not external, but internal discussions inside union staff and the workers' activists emerged around, okay, if we went now to strikes in 6, 7 cities, this is not enough to get Lieferando at the negotiation table. So what to do? I will focus here only on 3 aspects. As I said, it's an ongoing research, so I'm pretty sure it will be more aspects, but I try to focus here on that are communication, public opinion, and strike. First to communication. This could also be not very new to you. Both digital and in-person contexts are essential and complement each other. If you followed the fantastic presentation of Fikele on the case, I think there was the best explanation of that. You can, and we have to, try to get the access on the digital information to reach out to the workers, but this is only one step and not the final one. So the in-person contact is essential in that part. Works Council, as well as the union in Germany, are hindered reaching out to the complete workforce. So the implementation of the EU Platform Directive, Article 20, mainly, this is also not new to do, we heard it many times here in this conference, is a must and has to come as extended as possible. In 3 days, we've got the national election in Germany, as you may know. We will have a new government, this is for sure. It will be led by the Conservative Party. I don't think that their main task is to get a good implementation of the EU Platform Directive. So we will see what will happen on that. So, but the third point is for me very important. If we talk about more than just information of the workers on their rights, but on collective action by workers going to strike, going to organize and so on, trust and liability are at the core. And this cannot be restored by any access to digital information channels. This is my thesis. It requires an in-person contact at the, oh, it's over my time.
No, you're halfway there.
Okay.
That's the halfway alarm I put.
Okay. Requires in-person contact at the local level. I will later come on to what does it mean for the national union, in this case the union NGG in Germany, to handle that case. So digital channels, yes, but in-person contacts also. Works Council are key for union campaign to reach out to the workforce. This is clear for the union cases in every time like this. There we go. So union campaign will need to invest time in building up the core action force. And that is actually only a handful of Works Council members, in-person Works Council members, and members of the National Collective Agreement Committee that run the campaign in the local areas. Why do I stress this point? Because if we look at the total number of 7,000 to 10,000 Lieferando workers with a high turnover of the workforce and whatever, you would nearly say, okay, we can't or the union can't never organize a bigger force of those people. If we try to look the other way around, we have got in the German case here a very good, very intelligent, very dedicated core of Works Council members, which are 10 or 20, or let's say 30, and they build up, this is the backbone of all the campaign. So the union has to work more intensively with them. The extension of union member base, so to rise the union density rate, is seen foremost in existing big cities, not in old Germany. So this is what we also see. The union density is rising in that 6 or 7 big key cities in Germany where we have these dedicated workers who are organizing the people. And I think it needs to, the union entity needs to concentrate on this and not trying to get a nationwide campaign which will not work in the smaller cities where we don't even have works council and nearly no members. So this is why I say there might be a slight but very limited chance for geographical extension to more cities. As I said, the union campaign has to rest on that 7 to 10 cities. I come to the second point. They're all intertwined, entangled. The public opinion. There is a high media interest in the food delivery sector when they go to action. And a core of worker activists is very experienced in operating this media public opinion. This is also one part to say it is not the question if the union can handle this, have the resources to make a good media work, but it's the workers are in the position, have the capability to do it in that case. As we see in other cases in the low-wage sectors, we don't have that core force of people where you can say, okay, you go to a TV show and you will make it fine. We don't have that in other sectors. Here we do have it, and this is a big advantage. We've got a high visibility of the core demand, 15 euros, which works, and this is an interesting point, regardless of the language barriers. As you know, a multilingual workforce in fast food delivery. So the core demand, like I say, we need 15 euros an hour, is working in every language. And it's a good starting point. So my thesis is also that the positive media coverage on worker campaign and the strike supports the trust building and information on isolated workers. That means that in this in-person context, in the local areas, in the times when there was a positive media coverage, also in fact by the started by the core action workers, the mobilized workers, helps to get this trust and liability because they say, I've seen your face. I've seen your face on TV. Are you a rider also? And this is like crossing much of the barrier, getting in contact to the people. So as I said, there is evolving just at the moment, evolving of the strategic discussion where to go from now. As I said, Lieferando is not, in the German case, like in the starting point, but it's getting some steps and achieved some gains, but where to go from now? This is the discussion at the moment, which is for me as a researcher very, very interesting. And to go to my third and last point, strike action. As I said, only a small number of strikes in 7 cities in 2 years of campaign, and some of them very small strikes. So at a complete workforce of 600, 700 workers in a town like Hamburg, where I live, where less than 30 riders really participated in the strike. But nevertheless, these cities, these 6, 7 cities, as I said, they stand for the bulk of Lieferando workers in Germany. And even if it's a low participation in the strikes, it's getting a really high media attention, which is not holding for the people actually striking, and not even for the people working at Lieferando, which is a very narrow 7,000 to 10,000. My second thesis on that will be the strike action build real pressure, but not in the case we talk about it normally, that it's causing economic harm, but that it's building up these the public pressure, let's say, a rising awareness for low wages and in the broader public and maybe among customers with a question mark. If we talk about strike, in my perspective, it's very often that from the union side, we look at it, as I said, like we have to build up pressure to get in this case, the company at the negotiation table. But strikes has got many other functions, and I think we can use it in this, and it is used in this case, because strikes is nearly the only possibility for isolated workers to show discontent with the working conditions and with the management decisions or whatever. So regardless of if we or the union is going to call for strike for 15 euro, 16, 17 an hour, whatever, the people go to strike sometimes because they say, I'm fed up with the working conditions. And now I've got the possibility to do that. And I think the union will be, will be a good thing to just really try to strategically use that. So strike is a means to build power in the union campaign in the first place. That means a thing in German, it's only in the German discussion, it's only used very much by Verdi, the Dienstleistungsgewerkschaft Verdi. They call it Arbeitsstreiks, working strikes. So they make a first strike, but not to make any economic harm, but just to get the people out, to make the other functions of strikes, to get in touch with the people, for building up in 2 weeks' time later, maybe a big strike. So using the strike not just as a means to build up power. It's my last slide. And then I'm finished. No, foremost. So for the union campaign, strike is the core action to deliver on the promise, trust us, become a union member. What do I mean by that? Is in all the information campaign that I followed, in the Lieferando case, you nearly never get the people into action just by talking to them. So you need to call for the action and then showing that you really do it. And this is a big part, big step ahead. So you can say that the last points here, the discussions about organizing workers before going into conflict, and this is in formal settings in the German unions a big point, that they say we can't go to strike, we can't demand for collective agreement with Lieferando because we've got only union density of 10%. If we are in the future organized at 50%, then we go to collective, we call for a collective agreement. This is not working in that case. It's actually not working for the high turnover and the other points I mentioned, versus the discussion of organizing in or by the conflict. That means going into conflict even with a very low union density, and from that on trying to build up that. So, but here's really my last one. So, as I said, still ongoing. My question is, and I think, yeah, we can do that, discuss the findings which are very special, I know, from the German case of Lieferando in a wider scope. And if you work with that, and I do that with power resources, we can ask for what are the power resources that people, the writers can establish here or develop new. Let's keep it like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johannes, for a really interesting presentation on the case of Germany. And I really liked, it was very easy to follow the detail and the steps, and I think it was incredibly useful. Now we're going to move to, in some ways, the more important neighbor to the southwest, by focusing on the case of the Belgian platform economy, which Maaike Brodersen will present in Rifts, Repertoires and Regulations, Trade Unions and Worker Mobilizations in the Belgian platform economy. Thank you, Maaike, that was excellent, and was also really interesting on the one hand, this thing that we also stress, that the classification is an important issue, but it's not sufficient in itself. It's part of the job quality. And second, I think what I found really interesting, there are a lot of things, but the link with the sort of economic context, which leads to this difference between sectors, between different types of platforms. We heard several things about that already in the 2 days, but I think this really speaks to it as well, because you could contrast it. It was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. So now we can start recording again, please. And I ask our final speaker, who's Branka Angelkovic. I hope that was okay. And she will speak about adapting industrial relations for cloud work, a Southeast European perspective on labor rights and regulatory gaps, which is really good because we don't get as much on cloud work as we do on, for instance, delivery and drive work, and I think it will be very interesting to hear this presentation. I give you the clicker and 15 minutes.
Okay. This is a dramatic silence. So let me see how this clicker works. Excellent.
Mama, you're doing excellent.
Yeah, thank you. So let me walk you quickly in 15 minutes through the research that we have started many years ago. And we call this phase like an intermediary phase that started in 2033 and supposed to end in 2025. The key objective of this work that we carry out is really to examine how industrial relations frameworks adapt to Southeast European context and to the spatial characteristics of cloud work. I'm not really sure that I'm on the right side, so I will leave it to the moderator. Thank you. I can't see well. So why cloud work and how this whole discussion started? Cloud work has been present in Southeast Europe for many years, more than a decade. Much longer presence it has than compared to the on-location work. Why is that? For many reasons. First of all, it was a country with socialist past, or countries with socialist past, so we have a high number of workers trained in math, technology, and so on and so forth. We had high youth unemployment at the time, and also there is another very important aspect, and that was a strong legacy of worker protection through labor laws and adjacent protection legislation. As you can see here, already World Bank in 2015 noted that Serbia and Romania were the main providers of cloud work labor force on major online platforms at the time. So now let's jump to the current time, and the current times shows the following. I extracted data from our measurement instrument called GigMeter. GigMeter actually harvests data from three major general cloud work platforms like Upwork, Guru, and Freelancer in 2 waves per year. So this is the last insight that we have for you at this point of time. And you can see here that in general and in total, the number of cloud workers in 9 countries, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary, is around 170,000. And please take into account that these are only numbers of cloud workers on 3 major general platforms. We do not collect data on labor-specific platforms like TopTal, which became in the meantime a general platform. We don't collect data on specific platforms like design, translation, and so on and so forth. I already said what is the objective, and now the key questions for this phase of the research is how can traditional labor relations adapt to decentralized spatial and cross-border cloud work? What regulatory gaps exist? I think that was actually a redundant question because there are plenty and they're all over. So it's very easy to answer that one. We don't have much time to go into the theoretical frameworks, but we try to adapt or to apply the foundational theories of Koch and Katz and McCarthy. They're actually theoretical framework. And also we looked into power dynamics that Heyman laid out for us nicely. Of course, we cannot zoom in cloud work without looking into seminal works of Di Stefano, Wood, and so many other actors that actually examine how spatial characteristics of cloud work leave cloud workers outside of labor laws, taxation regulation, social security, and so on and so forth. Methodology, very complex one. I already mentioned GigMeter. This is our I would say a quantitative data instrument, but we also carried out a number of interviews with cloud workers in 9 countries. So far, we collected interviews data from 3 countries. We also examined legal frameworks, taxation frameworks in these environments, and we continue with this work in the coming year, hopefully ending this research in early 2026. As I mentioned, key aspects in our work include the theoretical underpinnings laid out by Koch and Katz and McCarthy. You will see that we delve into regulation and governance, worker power and representation, job security, and key actors. You'll probably note that we left out dispute resolution because there is no such thing when it comes to the cloud work. I've tried to capture the research that is really huge in volume in 6 highlights to show you how the situation at this point of time looks like in these 9 Southeast European countries that I already listed. So the first question many ask, and I think we already have the answer to this question, are these cloud workers invisible? And not surprisingly, the answer is yes, they are invisible. Usually, they're not at all considered as workers. As you can see, they're considered actually as self-employed, microtaskers, entrepreneurs. There are all different classifications and taxonomies for this kind of work, but they are never seen in these 9 environments as workers. I've collected some quotes that I find interesting and self-explanatory. How trade unions, for example, and also government officials see these kind of labor. And I will just quote the last 2. You see my bias. Both quotes come from Serbian trade unions and government officials, but this is due to the fact that we had tremendous turmoil due to tax imposition on freelancers in 2021 and 22. So what government officials say and how they see cloud workers, it's very simple. They say for them cloud work is the same as any type of work being performed for foreign employer. It can be a sailing company, it can be a platform, it can be whatever. So this is how Serbian regulators see cloud work classification. As for our trade union, I would say representatives who really paid a lot of attention to platform work because of its long presence in Serbia, you can also see that for them it's really hard to defend the case. It's much easier to cover the aspects of on-location work because these people are visible, at least, while these guys are fluid. They're actually, according to the words of our trade union leader, untypical. They earn well, they are not exposed to hard life as any other workers, for example, in construction, meaning that their lives are not exposed to risks, and of course, they are not facing problems like minimum wage, as for example, workers in textile industry. So, long story short, when we think about labor legislation, there is no surprise. This is why labor legislation in our countries do not include cloud workers at all. If they consider any kind of change, and we've heard a lot about Croatian case lately at this conference as well, this is the sole example of changes to the labor law that was introduced in January 2024. According to the trade unionists and labor law experts from Croatia, however, this law does not touch upon cloud workers. It solely focuses on on-location workers. I won't spend much time on all other legislative frameworks in other countries because there is no change. There are many discussions going on with regards to minimum wage, with regards to so many aspects of work, but not in regards to platform work, specifically to cloud work. However, we can expect some changes when it comes to the platform work, given that all national environments should comply with the EU Platform Work Directive by the 2026. But the question still remains, are labor experts are going to include or tackle the issue of on location, the issue of cloud work? But no changes to the labor laws, however, changes to the tax laws. All 9 countries believed that it was important to introduce tax regime. Yes, we are flying, we are in sync. They believed that it was important to introduce a tax regime applicable to cloud workers, actually to freelancers. As I've said, when it comes to taxonomy, cloud work is not recognized as such. It is actually recognized as freelancing, as remote work, and so on and so forth. So this taxonomy of cloud work is introduced by us researchers, so I guess that labor experts and others are not really zooming in this vocabulary. In all fairness, I must say that the change in tax regulation has worked in favor of cloud workers compared to the majority of tax regimes in other parts of Europe. So you can see, I've listed for you how this regime looks like. In most countries, it is a flat tax regime of 10%. You can see the countries: Bulgaria, Romania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia. In Hungary, we have flat personal income tax rate of 15%. In Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, and I see that I'm missing one country, we have actually applied progressive taxes. Nevertheless, they're still lower than regular labor income tax. On the negative side, in the absence of trade unions and employers, governments actually pushed the tax burden on cloud workers. So we are not only talking about taxes on income, but we are also talking about contributions, social protection contributions that cloud workers also pay. So what do we have here? We can see that workers in majority of cases do get social protection benefits. I actually do not know any worker yet who utilize or use the retirement funds of all these contributions that have been made in these 7 regulatory environments. However, the governments are asking cloud workers to pay contributions in this field and also in relation to health, and this is it. Some countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina and North Macedonia only have tax regimes on income and do not require any contributions with regards to social protection and health coverage. Here I also introduced a specific case of Hungary, but we don't have time to go through it. It is I'm timing myself. You can read yourself. It's an interesting case, but I guess globally speaking, it's not so unique. So, highlight 5, workers' power and representation. As noted earlier, cloud workers are outside of trade unions' focus. Even when trade unions want to focus on them, there is a problem, there is an obstacle, because in Southeast European contexts, usually labor legislation is meant to cover and protect only people or individuals in traditional employment. Of course, it does not prevent trade unions to be proactive and also have specific rules to include other workers, which is happening slowly. But cloud workers remain out of focus. So what cloud workers do? Cloud workers organize themselves, or at least there were several attempts of self-organization in at least 3 countries. And why is this? For a very simple reason. The government, as I've said, imposed tax regimes on these cloud workers without any consultations. So the prominent cloud workers movements are listed again here: Association of Internet Workers in Serbia, Autonomous Workers Confederation in Bulgaria, the Association of Freelancers in Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, once the goal was achieved and tax regimes accommodated to the needs of cloud workers, these movements actually dissolved. Job security and stability, we won't have time to go into this, but in the meantime, in the last 15 years, this working environment became very competitive. It changed a lot. We have now a much bigger number of cloud workers. We have a competition to the bottom. So for cloud workers from Southeastern Europe, it becomes a challenge, even for those ones who are in the field for a very long time. The charts that I extrapolated for you, you won't be able to see them because we are out of time, but our workers are now even more looking into so-called longer-term engagement, and this is the category that Upwork introduced last year, asking cloud workers, in what kind of engagement are you interested in? So you can see the jump. It's I would say, a significant change. It's been only a year, but we see that cloud workers are increasingly getting interested in more long-term engagement and, I would say, more protection. And finally, so what do we have here? Preliminary conclusions, nobody at home. So that would be the best description of the actors and their work related to cloud work. Regulators act alone, and they're only interested in taxing cloud workers. Workers occasionally seek and try to self-organize, but in vain, because they do it individually and not through trade unions. Trade unions do not really know what to do with cloud workers. And employers, and these employers are platforms, are actually not really interested in finding a solution for these cloud workers, unless, of course, we are talking about the DAC 7 directive and reporting of cloud workers' income to national tax authorities. This is what, at this point of time, Upwork and Guru do for cloud workers and national authorities. Thank you so much. The questions are there, but I would gladly hear yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Oh, that's loud. For that excellent presentation. It was really interesting, and thank you also for keeping it rather short, because it is a lot of information and it's a huge, impressive project. I want to thank all 3 speakers. I think this gave a very nice overview of the 2 first very clearly on trade union regulation, the 3rd one more broadly on industrial relations and the wider framework. But I think this should give quite a lot of food for thought and discussion. So I open the floor now to the audience. I will collect questions. I see some hands already pop up. It's a cluster of questions there. So Claudia and Uma. I don't think it matters. We'll just start there.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. And I have plenty of questions to Branka, but I think I'll keep it for later, Branka. Also because it's not really within the scope of this specific presentation. I'll ask a question to Johannes. Thank you. Thank you all really for the presentations. To Johannes, we have been working on Just Eat Takeaway for quite some time. Valeria, we are also working on a paper from an industrial relations perspective on takeaway, comparing different countries, and I'm quite puzzled, I'd say, at the German situation, because it's quite different from what we see in other countries where the platforms wants to engage in collective bargaining, has engaged in collective bargaining and achieved collective agreements. And I was wondering, have you interviewed management? Do you have any idea of why Germany is such a different case, like that the platform doesn't want to talk to the workers at all? And then I just had a very small question, just because I really ignore it. If you could just briefly say what, like, tell us something about the union NGG that you mentioned. Is it a traditional union? Is it an indie union? Is it grassroots union? Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Then Uma, and if you just very briefly say who you are, and then yes, next.
Uma from the ILO's Research Department. My question is to excellent presentations from all. My question is straight to Branka. I have two questions to ask you. Fascinating work and fascinating presentation. I was a bit intrigued by the numbers that you give from the gig meter data. That's really good to know that there is some sort of a monitoring that happens. But do we know how many hours they work, or are they regularly using these platforms or not? I think some insights there would be very helpful. The second thing, I knew about some of the cloud work movements that were there, but I didn't know to what extent they were taken up or what they were fighting for and the causes. And I felt that, I guess because of lack of time, you just abruptly stopped that. But I would be very keen to hear, why did these movements dissolve? On one hand, you did talk about the tax regimes that came in, but what is it? Why did they come up? What were the reasons for which they were fighting? And why did they get dissolved? If you could talk a bit more about that, that would be very helpful.
And then next to you, yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Monica Teffer from Legal Department of the ITUC. And thank you for the fantastic presentation. I have two questions, different. On the right to strike. The strike action you were mentioning at the beginning, but I just want to know, because you suggest what are the main challenges for exercise some of the trade union rights, and right to strike, of course, is the key right action. But I wanted to know if you have already collected some data in which, based on the algorithmic management, the workers were not allowed to do the strikes or go to a strike. And I'm saying that because for two things. One, there is in Latin America, I'm from Argentina, in my region, 2 years ago, digital strike was called, but actually where the platform workers organized, log off at the same time. And they decided to log off because they were protesting about payment, right? So immediately they log off the app, the algorithmic send a message saying that, okay, now the price is going to be higher, so make more attractive for others platform workers who were offline. They got the message from the app saying now the price is 20% more. So at the end of the day, in practice, the right to strike was blocked, because at the end, the platform was able to attract other workers to replace the workers that were doing the strike. So my question is, because we are now negotiating at the ILO level, the algorithmic management section, and we are saying that the way it is deployed should not infringe freedom of association, well, fundamental rights, which include freedom of association, and for hence include right to strike. But I don't know if you have some experience on that, in which it was not the legislation the problem, it is actually the algorithmic the problem. And the second question is about crowd worker, which I'm very happy that you put that example, because it's true, it's very difficult, and it's true the challenge the unions are facing, but I'm more curious about the wages and the way they get paid, because what we are trying, and I know that the EU directive is also trying to cover both, and we are also saying the same, we want to cover regulation for both location and online, including crowd workers, but we see that there are some differences. So the problem we may have is if we just try to address the common issues both have, we will end up with something that is very important in one of the platforms, and we are not covering because we are trying to be simple and regulate the things that are common in both platforms. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I see two more hands go up. I see Carol, I see Jane, I see Valeria. I will take those three questions. Can I please ask you, and I'm sorry, to be quite brief. So focus on the question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Karol Moszyński, University of Warsaw. I have a question to Maike, but also tapping into Branka's contribution. So my question is, to what extent does this opposition from taxi drivers actually relates to the fact that some changes might be not beneficial for workers from tax point of view, right? So Branka has mentioned that, okay, workers are opposing some of the regulatory attempts from the government because it's not beneficial from them tax-wise, right? And I wonder to what extent also this taxi driver opposition is related to that, right? And I think it's particularly kind of interesting from the point of view of, let's say, politics of platform capitalism. Right? We have had this discussion on how platforms are able to tap into customers' interests for their own benefit, but here they can also use kind of like the fact that we have had a series of restructuring happening in business space that have made workers self-identify as freelancers, right? Outsourcing in creative sphere. In case of the taxi business, it's very obvious that the taxi business was based on self-employment even before platforms came in. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, then Jane.
Hi, Jane from ETY Massey University. I'll try and keep this quick. It's for Micah, and it may or may not be an impossible question. I was interested when you referenced undocumented workers in relation to both food delivery riders, I think, and taxi drivers. And I wondered if we have any sense of the scale of those two groups and any characteristics at all and their implications therefore for trade unions and mobilization, because I have absolutely no sense of it, so it would be good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Valeria Pugliano, Leuven. Two very short questions, one for Mike and one for Jonas. For Mike, Mike, you mentioned that we should shift, from these employment status to work organization. Where do you locate the work organization? I mean, in other words, is it the work organization? Well, certainly how work is organized, but where is work organized? Could also that be one element that could fit into your story, and if yes, how? And to Johannes, it was interesting about this working strike that you mentioned. What are the resources there? How does it work? Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I'm going to shamelessly, hypocritically add questions. Johannes, about Livrando, whether we see this in other companies as well, and what happens to people who work for the same platform but in other countries, whether there's any change there. If possible, Maike, whether there's anything on grassroots unions and how they interacted with the trade unions. And Branka's super interesting, but you have a nice mix of countries. Some are EU and will be more affected by the EU regulation. Is there any change there in how that affects the regulatory framework? And now you each have 2.5 minutes to answer the questions. So pick and choose a little bit and we'll discuss further after that. And thank you all so much. And focus on their questions, not on mine. We'll do the same order.
Should I start? Okay. Yeah. So I keep it very short. It was 4 questions. The answers are yes, yes, no, and yes.
Perfect.
No. Okay.
No, you can expand a little bit.
I start with Valeria, working strike. I've not the time to explain it completely here. We can do afterward. But it goes in the same direction as I said before, not understanding the strike as this is the central means to put economic power on the counterpart. But just to say this is central means as a working strike to get in contact to the people, to get visible in the city. So they called for strike. They knew that there were only 20 to 30 riders in a big city like Berlin, whatever. But these 20 or 30 riders went all the day outside, visible in their orange jackets, speaking to all drivers and say, okay, we're going to strike next week. It doesn't matter if you're going to strike tomorrow, but we need more money. Next week is the day of strike. So to get it mobilized, if you don't call it a strike, a working strike, officially they have to do it in their free time, and they're working. So this is like a very short time. I think what Claudia? Yeah, genau. Your questions. Yeah, I was also, and there was and so was the professional staff from the union that Just Eat Takeaway is not keen on any negotiations in Germany. That in Germany, they don't know if it's the German, really the German management refusing to do so, if it's Amsterdam, the central refusing to do so. We don't know. I actually don't understand it in the way that if there will be a contract on the lowest possible level, in the sense of the company, I think the union NGG will try to ask to make it obligatory, like Allgemeinverbindlichkeit in German, to make it obligatory for the whole sector. So because at the moment, Lieferando really has disadvantages in comparison with Volt and Uber Eats, because like paying more and paying the fee for your mobile phone and the bikes. But in that case, that if you reach a collective agreement and make it obligatory, everybody has to pay that. So they've got no disadvantage at all. I don't understand it. We have to follow that. NGG is a traditional union. This is the interesting case. We also have in Germany the workers' self-organizations, collective, workers' collective, whatever. But in my analysis is that the traditional union opened up in that case, maybe only in that case, and is really the number one in organizing the workers, and the workers' collective are more just only on the city level, and they have, this is a specialty in German also. If it's not an official union, they cannot call for strike.
Okay.
So this is also
the other questions will have to be answered in the break. No, I'm sorry. It was a lack of time management, but I'll have to deal with it now. Micah, your turn.
I'll put the second timer just to Is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to answer the rest in the break, otherwise we lose time. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll take the questions in reverse order and try to answer them as fast as I possibly can. First of all, when it comes to the grassroots organizations, that's actually one of the most important points that I was going to make, but that was on the last overtime slide. When mobilizations have worked in the past, it has in large part been because of the possible collaboration with grassroots worker organization. And it's those organizations outside of the trade unions that actually manage to mobilize workers a lot of the time. And it's those collaborations that are actually forward-pointing perspectives for the union coming up. However, and I think I've recognized in some of the other examples that one of the downsides is that a lot of the mobilization potential resides in the investment of individual and sometimes atypical profiles, which makes the whole operation kind of vulnerable, and the difficulty is to stabilize the whole thing. Where is the work organized? The point about shifting to work organization is in part in relation to algorithmic management and the points of discontent that are with task allocation and automatic disconnect. Where work is organized, that a comparison between takeaway and delivery is actually interesting in the Belgian case, where on the one hand you have salaried employment, on the other hand you don't. What is interesting is that with salaried employment, the perceived autonomy is actually not necessarily greater, because then you have a personal hierarchy that allocates tasks, and the perceived freedom isn't actually necessarily greater. When it comes to scale, the important point, and that is in part defended by the unions themselves, is that it's not the numbers in themselves that are important for the interested in union to invest these cases, but the capacity for platform organizations pushes forward that allows these these regulatory shifts to expand elsewhere in the labor market. And finally, for your question, to keep it very short, I agree that the same things that allow platforms to capitalize on the gaps and weaknesses of the labor market and the regulations are also the things that make it difficult for unions to act upon them. To sort of keep it very very broad. I don't know if that captures the sense of your question, but.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll answer the rest of your question in the break.
No, you have 20 more seconds if you want.
Do I? Oh, that.
15 now.
Okay, now it's 15.
10. No, sorry.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Probably my timer was wrong then. Part of the mobilization of the drivers, part of the mobilization motivation is with decreased income, so that even if regulation on paper improves their employment situation, it can in the end decrease their income, and that is something that we've also seen in the Spanish case, obviously. But some of the discontent is with the regulation, because there was in the past actually the case of the complete prohibition of the use of applications for taxi drivers, but then more recently the company introduced a new measure that changed task allocation and increased competition between drivers, and that was sort of the most recent points of resistance for taxi drivers.
Okay, perfect. Branka? Again, 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Thank you for actually a very good question with regards to the number of workers. So the way we classify those workers are as follows. We have so-called non-login and login workers. Non-login workers are those that occasionally show up on these platforms, and their number is relatively high. So if you're talking about ratios, it would be, for example, 40 to 60% of non-login to login. So this reduces the number of active platform workers. When we talk about active platform workers, we have another classification, which actually looks into those who do apply for gigs, but didn't get any, and we look into those who are active earners on platforms. And there are many dimensions and I would say trajectories at this point of time. I don't have time to explain that, but it's interesting dynamic. So that is the answer to the question number one. With regards to movements of cloud workers, we intended to explore that question, and somehow we also failed as these movements failed. But what we've learned in the meantime, the reason why they were active, despite the assumption that this won't happen because of spatial problems, these cloud workers live on different locations, so on and so forth. One reason that we find as a common is the government intervention was so harsh on them that was a motivation for workers to organize. However, more important factor was actually the knowledge of community organizing. In all three countries, this is again a common trait. All these workers were organized because at the essence and at the core of trade unions or trade movements, or call them whatever you like, cloud work movements, were people who knew how to collect and how to organize workers. And these are not traditional trade union activists. These are different kinds of people, very skilled in political organizing. And last question, with regards to the payments, our workers try to, at the time, evade tax regimes. PayPal, Payoneer were introduced in all these countries, but eventually disappeared. Why? Because now tax authorities, surprisingly, exchange information among themselves. So while they're not imposing better regulation when it comes to labor protection, when it comes to tax evasion, they work together and they monitor the income of our cloud workers to national and neighboring countries. At the same time, and this is the last point, Upwork and Guru introduced DAC 7 regulation, and they're reporting to national authorities as well the income of cloud workers, be it in Europe or in some other national environments.
Okay. Thank you all very much, and my apologies for cutting the discussion short, but please continue in the break now to discuss, and we'll have the plenary here in 12 minutes. So thank you very much to the panel.
We wait a couple, we can start? Okay. So we will have some people coming in during the session, but I will, let's open it. So this is the session between this and the end of the conference. It's Friday afternoon. I think we have been here so long, I don't even know anymore, but it's really a pleasure.
We didn't have the coffee.
Yeah, we didn't have a coffee, and apologize for this. Also, water is finishing, so this may be an emergency situation. Watch out. But okay, so this is in this very harsh condition we are going to face this last panel, this last plenary, and I'm very happy to be here chairing the discussion because I look forward to hearing the presentation. We are moving towards with the conclusion of this long discussion I have in these 2 days, and it's not a case we are finishing with some regulatory insights, I think. Regulatory insight that does not necessarily mean legislative insights, because we are going to have a very important presentation talking about the industrial relation approaches and, well, analysis here. So what we are going to do in this last session, we are going to focus on, well, some of the main gaps and challenges that have emerged during these 2 days. Of course, focusing with, on the impact of the digital economy, the digital technology, AI, and so forth, but also focusing very much on existing challenges. So here is how is the digital transition aggravating existing challenges, and how can we leverage on what exists, industrial relation and legal framework to activate workers' rights. So without further ado, let me present the speakers. They're here with me. So we have Professor Dalia Gesualdi-Fecteau from the University of Montreal and associated with CRIMT, the Research Institute. And Dalia is gonna basically show us how the fragmented nature of legal framework make it even more difficult to navigate legal solution in the digital economy. Then we're going to have a presentation by Professor Virginia Dolgast from the Industrial Relations School from Cornell University. It's a pleasure that she joined us from overseas, and she's going to show us some case studies and what can we learn from industrial relation approaches and methods that have been used in relation to the digital economy. And finally, we will have Professor Silvia Borelli from the University of Ferrara. She will guide us into the maze of the legal application of workers' protection in case of subcontracting, and is also related to employers' accountability. So, okay, without further ado, I give the word to Dalia. We have around a bit between 12 and 15 minutes each, so we can have a bit of discussion at the end. Here we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be here today, and I have to say that this was an extremely inspiring conference, so inspiring that I changed my whole presentation Wednesday until today, so bear with me. So I'm going to share with you high-level observations that draw from research I've been conducting in the last few years, comparative interdisciplinary research with fabulous colleagues and doctoral students that really looked at the effects of labor regulation on its effectiveness. And what we've looked at in the last year are the additional challenges that different disruptive factors, such as AI and other digital tools, really are bringing into the effectiveness of labor law. So just maybe to set the stage of my presentation, and these are all obvious things for you, but I think we have to remember that the regulation of the digital economy, why is it a complex and challenging process from a labor law perspective? The effects are variegated. So since the beginning of this conference, I don't know how many times I've heard we have to define what we hear by digital economy. Yes, algorithm management, but it's also the new employment forms that are coming in and the blurring of the boundary between what's work and non-work. The other issue is that regulation involves many and distinct regulatory frameworks that put different actors and institutions into play. Obviously, labor standards, occupational health and safety, fundamental rights, but also increasingly privacy rules where traditional labor actors don't know how to handle these standards quite adequately. I'm going to come back on this. So different sets of actors, different institutions come into play at all the stages of the regulatory process, from the standard setting to the implementation stage, and that's what we're going to look at. But I think when we think of normative paradigms, what we think of, at least in our team, is really understanding how do workers and their representatives navigate these complexities laid out by the architecture of rules and institutions governing work and employment. Do these strategies that actors and institutions are laying out reduce the levels of risks
that workers face, enhance their autonomy, and pave the way for more worker voice. So I'm not going with my slides here, I apologize. Okay, so what I'm really bringing in here, and there's going to be a wonderful, well, Sylvia has a paper in there, a wonderful special issue in Comparative Labor Law and Policy Journal that really looks at from different points of view, different disciplines, and also different regional perspectives, the effect of the fragmentations of labor law. So I just want to say that I want to talk about what I conceptualize as being effectiveness, because we talk about effectiveness is on everybody's mouth. Right now, I think we talk a lot of effectiveness, but what is effectiveness from a conceptual point of view? So for us, effectiveness is first and foremost to what extent to which workers and their representatives are fully able to comprehend their regulatory environment. So complexity has an effect on the way you understand what's your regulatory environment and levers to reach worker protection. The second consideration is the level of legitimacy that's conferred to labor regulation. What we have to understand is with a growing fragmentation, a growing complexity, what we are seeing in our empirical work is that more and more workers and their representatives are questioning the very legitimacy of labor law and labor regulations. The third thing is we have to map the process behind how various actors and workers at the forefront engage with labor law. This is fundamental. What are the barriers and challenges to the uptake of the actual protections? So if we turn specifically to what we call the digital economy, I don't think you have the right PowerPoint on, but it doesn't matter, we will go without, because I've changed it since yesterday. No, it doesn't matter, I'm gonna go without. So we have to think, and this is something that also came up since yesterday, do we have to reinvent labor law, or can we resort to existing frameworks? This is a fundamental question, and it comes back to what is the digital economy? What's the nature and scope of the changes that are brought in? So I'm going to go with 3 examples to show you how, in some cases, we need to reinvent, and when we do reinvent, it can become an additional challenge to effectiveness, and in what cases we need to better resort and understand the existing regulatory resources. So I'm going to talk about protecting platform workers, regulating algorithmic management, and then I've added this since yesterday. I will talk about the right to disconnect because I've been working on this extensively in the past couple of years. So just a couple of examples. When we think of providing a threshold of protection to platform workers, what we are seeing laid out right now is really different strategies in terms of policy. Some of the policy really wants to expand the scope of labor law to include these workers who are strongly economically subordinated to the employer. The example of the EU directive. We have a series of examples of Canada. The most recent one is in British Columbia, other examples in the US. And this is interesting because it's saying these workers are strongly dependent and they have to be considered in the realm of labor law. Other strategies, which are pose more challenges, if I want to put it politely, is this new strategy that's emerging more and more and very, very strongly in the North American context of creating a third category of workers, a third status that is more and more called a third pillar, which is also a problem in itself, where we say status doesn't matter. It's really what kind of work are you doing? You're a NAP-based driver, you're a platform worker, then you will be allowed to have a subset of protections. And I'm really insisting on the word subset of protections. One example that came in California, and this is a very specific case, and another one in Ontario, where basically what we gave workers is minimum wage. In the Ontarian case, it's the record keeping and getting a notice if you're removed from the platform. Thank you very much. So no occupational health and safety protections, no right to bargain, minimal protections. And this is a third status that's coming out and is really blurring our conception of employment statuses and how we conceive labor regulation. The other, I'd say, policy strategy that we're seeing, and this is something that's been quite documented in the US, but our colleagues from Manchester also looked at what's happening at the city level in many European cities. It's resorting to multi-level regulatory governance, and that's what Janice Fine, our colleague from the US, called new labor federalism in the US context. And this is really seeing, well, the state is not doing anything. Well, maybe at the city level, we can do a certain number of things. Now, even there's questionings that have to be made, because at the city level, in some cases, it's not labor conditions or the labor process that's looked at. It's rather regulating the very activities of the platforms and how platforms have to interact with different levels of the state. So we're not necessarily addressing working conditions here, but rather another subset of issues that pertain to the commercial activities in themselves. So this is interesting. There's very interesting experimentation here that's done at the city level, at the state level, in the North American context, because at the federal level in the American context, and even in the Canadian context, things are a little, I would say, crystallized, and things are not going very well. So other subsets of level of governance have started to do work in terms of regulatory framework. So what we have to think of here, and there's an excellent theoretical framework by Camacho and Glixman that says we have to think of the benefits of centralization, overlap, and coordination. I think we have to think of these benefits, centralization, overlap, and coordination, linked with how does this enhance effectiveness of labor regulation. So the second example I'm going to turn to is algorithm management. So here I have to say I don't feel necessarily as an expert. Why? Because the number of issues that pertain with algorithm management are additioning every week. And so in our research, we've looked at the tools that help candidate selection, so the recruitment process, worker supervision, performance evaluation, and task and schedule allocation. So basically, these types of tasks that can be afforded to an algorithm, and how does labor law fare to regulate these different issues? The other issues, and this is extremely important, is that from warehouse workers to telework, issues will be different, and application and enforcement and implementation of labor regulation will differ importantly. So from a policy perspective, again, the responses are extremely variegated. Now, one of the issues is when you're trying to regulate, and we spoke about this in one of the sessions, when you're trying to address the bias that can be introduced by AI-enabled recruitment tools, the employer often doesn't even understand the bias that are in the tools. That's what our research showed us. And basically, who is responsible for understanding the very biases that are introduced in the recruitment process in order for non-discrimination rules to be effective? This is a fundamental question, and this has a lot to do with understanding how the AI enabling tool really works. The other answers, and this is very specific also to the North American context, is really addressing specific sectoral realities. Warehouses, and of course, Amazon at the forefront, and what they are laying out in terms of working conditions have posed a series of issues in terms of occupational health and safety. So different tools at the state level here in the US have sought to grant specific protection to warehouse workers, but in a separate law. It's not occupational health and safety general regulations, but rather specific regulations that pertain to warehouses. Now, this is interesting because it's a sectoral experimentation, but it can also confuse workers and install a blurriness between regulatory frameworks and means of implementation of these rules. The last example, and I know that in Europe you have some experience and far more than we do with this, but privacy issues. So very recently in Quebec, we have modified the legal framework for information technology. And basically it's how do employers deal with biometric data, with personal data? But what happened here is that stakeholders like employers and unions were not consulted while this law was written, while this law was thought of, and right now they don't feel concerned. And labor institutions, tribunals, are not asked to address these issues, and the remedies do not address the labor process, but rather fines and other penalties. So this is an issue because we have extremely interesting standards in that law, but labor actors do not feel concerned and will not resort to the dispositions because labor institutions are not called upon to implement them. The last example I'm going to go to, I don't know where I'm at here, wait a second, okay. I don't know if that slide's going to, no, wait, okay, I have one more slide before the conclusion because I have added just a slide on the right to disconnect. So the right to disconnect is extremely interesting because we often think of the right to disconnect for people that are teleworking, remote working, workers that work with their computer through different means of information communication tools. But the right to disconnect is also for workers that work with a non-fixed schedule and that have to wait to be called upon to get some scheduling. Now, this is extremely interesting to think of the right to disconnect conceptually, not just for workers that work through a computer, but also for workers that have physically to go somewhere and that have to be called upon the employer to get some work and get some scheduling. So I think that we have to question the very cause of the blurring between work and non-work time and this always on culture. We have to redefine it to understand the reasons of intensification and extensification. So it's beyond going not answering emails. That's what I mean. And the reasons behind intensification, we have to understand them because they lead to extensification, so more working hours, and to hyperconnectivity problems. So what are the issues? And here too, the issues are extremely variegated, and bear with me for a couple of seconds. We spoke about this. I think Valeria's book is extremely interesting on that, but there are unpaid issues. It's obvious. But it cannot just be a wage issue. Why? Because that completely puts in the dead angle occupational health and safety issues and other work-family balances. For a person that's always waiting for work on their cell phones or on their mobile phones, work-life-family balance is practically important. And these issues, and I am insisting on this, have to be thought of with a gender-based analysis. So the work we've been doing on telework since COVID, in my perspective, and we're going to publish this very soon, we did a survey. And so this is like prime information that I'm sharing with you that's not published. But women in workplaces where men and women can telework, women more often resort to telework when they have the choice. And what do they do with the time that's left because they're not traveling? They do reproductive work. They don't go running or going for a coffee with their friends. They go pick up the kids earlier, they do laundry, and they cook meals. So this is what time, when we're thinking about time reduction, what is done with the time that is saved is a fundamental question that has to be tackled from a gender-based analysis in my perspective. So what's the appropriate regulatory response? So I'm not against the formalized right to disconnect. I think it can be a good idea, but are the modalities of the right to disconnect addressing the very reasons of the intensification? Because if you're not getting your emails until 8 a.m. in the morning, but when you get up at 8 a.m. in the morning and you got 88 emails from your clients, because this is the problem with third-party work intensification when you're working with people outside the workplace, well, I don't think that this will reduce your stress level and your anxiety. It's probably, why do we answer emails during our vacation? Because work has intensified and we have more emails to deal with. And we don't want to put up with 323 emails when we come back from vacation. So addressing the problem of disconnecting just by putting measures that will cut away work and non-work is not sufficient. We have to look at why work is intensifying. The other tool that can be used is obviously understanding hyperconnectivity and the issues that come with the impossibility to disconnect as a psychosocial risk. Now, the other thing that we've looked like in our research, and this is really from the work of my student Geneviève Richard, who has done wonderful work on this. So how can we use worker participation mechanisms to address the issues of disconnect? Now, super interestingly, in Quebec, we've had a huge occupational health and safety reform in the last years, and now we have occupational health and safety committees in most workplaces that are, you know, there's time that's been given to the workers, there's training that's been given to the workers. I mean, it's something that on paper should be able to change things. Now, workers don't understand this blurring between work time and not work time as an occupational health and safety issue. They see it as a wage issue. So again, they want to be paid for the work that they're doing, but they don't think it can cause them a psychosocial risk, and they don't think it's an occupational health and safety risk. This is true from workers, but also unions that don't conceptualize, that think that they have to more and more bargain in the collective agreement, more working time that will be paid, but don't tackle in these very committees that are meant to do that, the very causes of this hyperconnectivity. Another strategy that's been laid out in several cities and states in the US is what we call the Fair Workweek Acts that gives the workers a predictive scheduling, a secure scheduling, and financial penalties if employers don't tell them their schedule in a certain delay. Now, some of these legislations, and that's what we have in Quebec, afford a right to refuse. So let's say you don't have your schedule 5 days before, you can refuse. But in terms of effectiveness, what does it do? Precarious workers will not refuse to work. This is their economic security that's at stake. So the effectiveness of these measures, when the burden is shifted on the worker to refuse, are not effective. And this has proven in the very, very few years that these legislations have been into force. So now I will conclude. So when we look at because this is what, in my perspective, at least from a legal theory perspective, it's really the issue of how do we think of internormative dynamics and understand the relationship between the various frameworks, to understand the power relations and the modality of influence and interaction. And one thing that I've heard also, and I really want to stress this, deregulation, is simplification necessarily deregulation? The answer is sometimes yes and sometimes no, but unfortunately more likely to be yes. When we simplify, we lead to deregulation. Now the problem is that with the complex setting that we have right now, what we see is that workers are often unable to exercise their rights, where well-resourced employers have the capacity to navigate such complexity to their advantage. What we have to look here is really the transition between these frameworks, and who is operating the transition between the frameworks is really understanding how the actors are laying out some strategies, are experimenting with these frameworks, and also understand how the role of these very actors is or not institutionalized. And this is extremely important in the context where the deregulatory wind is going to blow very strongly in our face, and where the power of institutionalized actors will be constrained in the next few years. We need to map the power dynamics that are possible to be able to gain more effectiveness. So what do we need to do and not do? And I really want to conclude with this. I think that we have to think of work far more beyond the contract and understand work as a relationship. I think that we have to move beyond thinking, for labor lawyers out there, just status is not the only thing. And I think that we have to put work in the heart of labor law again, and not just understanding labor law in terms of statuses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dalia, for this very lively and inspiring presentation. Apologize again for the slides. It was I was involved in that. I'm sorry, but you did a great job, and actually, you really pointed our attention to the need to have a more holistic understanding of the full legal framework. And I start to believe that legal status may be a trap rather than a liberation at this point. This is something that we can discuss further on. But then, Virginia, I will give the floor to you now.
Thanks. I think they don't have the slides up yet, but maybe they will come.
Yeah, hopefully they will come.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Looks like I can see them up there. So thanks for inviting me. I am not a labor lawyer, so I think I may be different from which one of these things does not belong? Maybe it's me. Also an American, but we have two North Americans wrapping up for the day. It was really a pleasure to escape the US for a little while and come here, although, I've also been hearing about European politics since arriving. So I'm presenting a framework and findings from a report that I have prepared now in a draft form, so it's still being discussed and improved upon. And it was commissioned by the ILO to look at social dialogue on AI and algorithmic management. And this report is co-authored with graduate students Shruti Appala, Dina Ginsberg, Junghoon Kim, and Wenli Tian. I also wanted to thank Janine Berg at the ILO for organizing this project, and to Uma Rani, Birta Dedden, Massimo Menzi, and Mark Bergfeld. All of those people were here at the conference, and they all have helped with the cases and with giving feedback on the report at different phases. So this is really a huge collective effort that I am presenting. And I'm actually going to present cases today that I don't know as well as the German cases that I usually present, or the US cases that I've actually studied and done research on. This is also probably fresh material for those who've heard me present those many times. My co-author, Toby Kempf, who's here, presented some of our German case studies yesterday. I think that this presentation or this report relates to the theme of normative paradigms, which is for this final session, and that the kind of value of democracy is increasingly normative. And in this report, we're trying to understand the conditions for workers and their representatives to really have voice in decisions about technological change and its workforce impacts. So in a sense, that kind of normative value of voice, a lot of us in the room can agree on, and maybe more people in Europe who subscribe to the social model, but certainly in the US, that core normative value is being contested right now in more dramatic ways than in the past. So, first of all, the framework in our report draws on this framework in my book. I think, like many academics, I kind of come up with that idea, and I have trouble not seeing everything in the world through that lens or through that frame. This book, Exit, Voice, and Solidarity, which actually goes back to a framework developed with Valeria Pulignano and Nathan Lilly in our book, Reconstructing Solidarity. And in this book, I'm comparing collective bargaining and mobilization against precarity in the European and US telecom sectors connected with the last wave of digitalization. So when I started studying AI, I realized that I actually was looking at very similar themes in the workplace that I had already been looking at for 2 decades in other contexts, because you did have a wave of restructuring in the telecom sector connected to a whole range of digital innovations in the area of performance management and rationalization of work and offshoring of labor. So in the book, I talk about the way in which differences in labor power and outcomes can be explained by these 3 interdependent factors. First, constraints on employer exit from encompassing labor market institutions and collective agreements. Second, support for collective worker voice in management decisions. And third, strategies of inclusive labor solidarity based on bridging divides among workers and in the labor movement. So, I am going to kind of build this framework for you. So that's a sort of starting point. And I'm talking about in this report how these 3 factors are also important in responding to the negative impacts of AI and algorithms on working conditions and precarity. So in the report, we divide these impacts into these 3 categories. First, labor replacing. So that's the kind of standard economics concern with automation, de-skilling, and related issues around work intensification. Labor controlling is the second one, right? So all the algorithmic management, this was one of Dahlia's themes as well. But here you have different kinds of issues with intensified monitoring, with bias, with fairness. Then the third category is labor displacing, where the expansion of or innovations in AI and algorithms are used to break up and relocate jobs. So for example, through platform work, but also this connected expansion of new jobs in the AI value chain. I don't focus so much here on teleworking, but in other research, I do look at this, and I think it's also an important connected dynamic around the labor displacing effects and how that makes it more difficult in different ways for unions to organize workplaces in a similar way that platform or micro work has made it difficult. So in our report, and here's the framework that brings those two things together, right? We're asking how worker representatives are responding to these three challenges through social dialogue. So we describe these as distinct action fields, and where labor unions, works councils are trying to move employers from replacing labor to complementing skills, from controlling to empowering workers, and from displacing work from social protections to embedding labor in more inclusive social institutions. And we find that different combinations of constraints on exit, supports for worker voice, and these strategies of inclusive solidarity are really central in helping to push firms and regulation in this more socially productive and equitable direction. So what did we do for the report? Our findings are based on expert interviews with union and worker representatives, employer representatives in some cases. We have 4 more in-depth cases and 8 additional ones where we did fewer interviews. And we also organized a conference this past fall at the ILR school. Some people in this room, again, were at that conference. We had 2 days of academic presentations with a union discussants on the papers. And then the 3rd day was organized jointly with the AFL-CIO Tech Institute and the Communications Workers of America and UNI. And we had 30 union representatives and organizers who basically we're organizing workshops and discussions over tables about everybody's experience in their workplaces or their industries with AI and what were the strategies they were developing to respond to AI in that context. So I learned a lot about these cases. My graduate students were also present, and we gathered contacts and documented common trends. So a lot of the insight from this report also comes out of that. There's a picture of us there. So in the report, we are dividing the discussion into these 2 parts, the more international, national, and regional cases, and the workplace, company, and sectoral cases. And those are then organized by our 3 action fields. But for the rest of the presentation, I'm just going to focus on the company level case studies, but I'll refer to the policies and I think it's the policies or like the national, international side is very much the context for providing those constraints on exit or those supports for voice. But the company cases, I guess, are more fun to talk about, and there are plenty of labor lawyers here on the panel, so I'll do that company focus. Right, okay. So first of all, here's the labor replacing to labor complementing. Encouraging employers to invest in skills, expanding good jobs, rather than use technology just to rationalize and de-skill work. And here, constraints on employer exit are particularly important. Agreements on outsourcing, preventing employers from outsourcing certain work, with providing job security, hard limits on AI, including different image, copyright ownership protections, like those negotiated by writers, actors, and journalists and editors. You probably heard of SAG-AFTRA, or maybe not. In the US, we had a large strike by the actors and by the Writers Guild, where they won explicit AI protections in their contract. And in Canada, they had similar agreements, I've learned through writing this report. But also these supports for collective worker voice, so efforts to influence how new tech is designed and used, and projects to invest in worker skills, but also projects to return some of the savings. So some of the different presentations I've heard have also focused on this issue of, well, if we have more productivity, can we work less? Can we get more of that money and recapture it? And that's something that unions have also focused on, including this case study of Japan. So Eriko Tamamura, a colleague in Japan, helped us and actually carried out these interviews with union representatives. So acknowledge her. So Aon is a large diversified conglomerate, and they adopted AI in a range of areas that increased efficiency or directly replaced workers. But the union was partnering with management to make sure that those efficiency savings were done in a way that also helped to improve paying conditions for the workforce. So they did have a job security agreement with the company, union affiliated with UA Zensen. They constrained exit through this agreement, and then they set up a labor management committee that supported worker voice and decision making. And so then in their 2022 collective agreement, they agreed to redeploy workers to value-added tasks through retraining, but also to redistribute productivity gains. And the union emphasized that they were focusing explicitly on doing this in a solidaristic way. So they wanted to raise salaries for part-time workers and starting salaries for younger workers, and that was the first focus and the largest gains that they made in their negotiations. There was also a global framework agreement with UNI, in which this focus on broader solidarity across the value chain associated with this. The second area is labor controlling to labor empowering. So here, particularly important is supporting collective worker voice. Of course, constraints on exit are also quite key, and just having a baseline of data protection rights, for example, is important, but these also are key supports for worker voice in the sense that, basically that labor empowering piece requires, and putting a stop to management's controlling use really relies on having effective mechanisms for workers to participate in decision making, right? To prevent top-down management, control bias and fairness, and really shape how these tools are used. So here, data protection, performance monitoring, controls, information rights, also agreements establishing that AI-based tools should have human oversight, the human in command approach, hard limits where there are particular rights. And then at the same time, you need strategies of inclusive labor solidarity, because without solidarity, these tools are pushed down the supply chain. And as we've heard a lot over the last 2 days, these platform workers and workers at the bottom of value chains are the ones that are subject to most intensive algorithmic management. So solidarity needs to really focus on not just, and I say this because I study in Germany, where you do have these core firms with very good protections, but it doesn't always go down to the workers farther down the value chain. So one example of solidaristic organizing that Jung-hoon Kim is doing this for his PhD research. He was looking at Korea Hyundai, where unions were organizing against facial recognition monitoring of subcontractors. And this was a way in which they were actually saying, okay, well, you're just using this technology for the subcontractors coming in here. That's not fair. And there was a joint effort and initiative to contest that. In the US, there was a case presented at our conference of the Las Vegas Culinary Workers Union. Okay, Unite Here, and which represents over 60,000 casino workers in Las Vegas. I think I mentioned this case to someone. They said, really? The casinos are organized? Why, yes, the casinos are organized in Las Vegas. It's actually quite a militant union. And coincidentally, my husband applied for a job as a researcher there after college. So we would never be together if they had given him a job. I'm thankful for them for that. So they've been around for a while, and they've been quite militant about AI and algorithmic management, because they're service workers doing a lot of stuff that's now being automated. So they did win a contract by placing this as a key issue, the right to bargain over implementation of technology. They had a challenge of contract enforcement, and we have an interesting case study in our report about housekeepers who used to be able to pick the order of their rooms that they would clean, but then they were forced to use an app that set the order, and they had problems with stress and work intensification. So the union made an information request for the back-end data, and they ended up writing a script, like a member's son wrote a script that scanned through all the data to locate contract violations. And then the housekeepers were also keeping their own records, and they ended up being able to basically through their own data gathering, show that this was a very inefficient way of doing things, but also very bad for the workers. And that then allowed them to have this partnership with the technology developers themselves and work with them. I've heard a few people asking about this. Yes, it has happened. And to come up with a better way for this app with worker voice to solve problems. And this was funded through the contract with the employers. And in 2023, they build on the AI provisions from that contract and won rights to privacy from tracking technology, bargaining over technology, and a whole range of areas about data privacy, healthcare, severance pay for workers laid off, et cetera. I'm sorry, I'm going fast now because I probably have half a minute. So I will not talk about the labor displacing to labor embedding case study, but we focus on re-embedding platform work and re-embedding work in the AI value chain. And here we argue that workers need to constrain employer exit through strategies of inclusive labor solidarity. For example, the Alphabet Workers Union was at our conference. They have focused not just on organizing the core Google tech workers in California, but also organizing the temporary and contingent workers and focusing on these issues of rights and data rights. And I will not talk about the Kenya Content Moderators Union, but this is a case of solidarity from the bottom of the value chain. And as this quote indicates, a union organizer in this case said, building trust and advancing solidarity were key strategies. And there was also work with Global Union on this and many local stakeholder groups. So, conclusions. The main conclusion is the importance of social dialogue around the world. We found examples of union organizing, lobbying, consulting, and negotiating toward goals of a more just digital economy based on labor complementing, empowering, and embedding approaches to AI. We found some differences in approach. In the global north, of course, more cooperation in Europe and Japan, and more conflict in the US and South Korea. And I think this is interesting to think about why this was the case. In Japan, a structural labor shortage was very important, and the way in which you have different encompassing protections in the Nordic countries, you can look at a lot of both institutional and economic factors that shape where you see more cooperation and conflict. In the global south cases, the key concern was moving from displacing to embedding. We found the most cases in that area just because just winning these core labor protections is really more of the existential threat that workers face. So there were some issues around in the other areas, but really that embedding was the key one. Of course, the elephant in the room is that we're facing an existential threat to democracy in many countries, including the US. So this sort of like undermining existing constraints on exit is happening everywhere. And current events in the US show that the tech industry is also fighting back in a pretty comprehensive way. So I think social dialogue has never been more important, and strengthening it will require international efforts to build a more solidaristic labor movement. And so I have pictures on this slide from some of the panels at our AI conference. We do need more meetings like this, where unions are coming together across countries and really thinking about shared challenges and responses. And I think, I'm sorry, just like one rallying cry for the academics in the room is that in this conference, we've talked a lot about challenges. and I know academics love to talk about challenges, but we really need to do joint work to develop new strategies to address these challenges. And that's, I think, the normative framework that we need. That's it.
Thank you very much. And actually, I contest what you say before, that you are the black sheep in this panel, because okay, you're not a legal background, but you definitely pointed out issue that we are working on, and not only as lawyers, but I think all labor advocates here. So the subcontracting issue as a risk, it was a really interesting case study. I'm sorry for the time restriction. Will have been very interesting to discuss. And also you hinted at the growing power of the tech giants. I mean, this is a democratic issue, and it's going to repercuss everywhere. So that's great. And I would now like to give the floor to the last speaker of the session, to Silvia Borelli, talk about subcontracting. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Silvia, to ETUI, and thank you also to the people that organize, Claudia, Valeria Polignano, ETUI, Angelique, Sophie, that organized this wonderful conference. So I have the privilege to talk as last, so that I can skip many things because many things has already been said. So my interest is mainly on subcontracting. So I did a lot of research together with other colleagues for ETUC, ETUI, for the left on this topic. And basically here you have a bit the outcomes of our research. So subcontracting has become a business model to get rid of responsibility and reduce labor cost. Why? Because basically through subcontracting company can separate power and profit from risk and responsibility. So basically the main company lead the subcontracting chain and has the power over the other subcontractor and can externalize risk and responsibility. Second point, subcontracting affects the stability of employment contract. So basically, if the main contract and the subcontract end, the worker employed by the subcontractor can be lawfully dismissed. Third point, subcontracting increasing the unequal treatment among workers. When we have subcontracting, we have a different collective agreement, we have different legislation applicable to workers, and increase as well the risk of work accident, especially in the construction site. When we have many companies in the same construction site, then we have additional work accident. Subcontracting fragment as well the labor community and hamper work organization. Worker involved in subcontracting, they have a different employer, different collective agreement, sometimes even different national legislation. So obviously they are much more difficult to organize. And finally, subcontracting may control by labor inspector much more difficult. I say it and I stress it because it's really necessary, in our opinion, to switch from a repressive approach to a preventive approach. So we can't imagine to solve all this problem just with inspection. Why? Because the inspections are too infrequent. Imagine that in Italy, only 1% of company is inspected every year, 1%. So you have a 99% of probability not to be controlled. We have less labor inspector, we have less resources. The inspection arrived too late when everything has already disappeared. The inspection become much more difficult due to the long supply chain. And sometimes workers are difficult to control, especially when you have platform worker or workers scattered around, when you have domestic work. This is inspection are even much more difficult in case of third country nationals that do not speak the local language, and so it's difficult to approach this kind of worker. So, how does artificial intelligence digitalization impact on subcontracting chain? In my opinion, we have two different effects. On one side, the technology increases the client leverage on subcontracting. And here I report a phrase pronounced by a CEO, so not a trade unionist, but really a manager. So it's not really, it's not partial as a statement. Amazon and other big players exploit their technology to control the entire logistic process from the supply chain down to the last mile, constantly verifying how their subcontractor carry out their activity. And Virginia already mentioned it. And we have this morning also a presentation from Silvia Rainone, on this point. And the second effect concerns algorithmic management system. So through algorithmic management system, the client can direct and control workers engaged by a contractor or a subcontractor. So in both cases, we have the artificial intelligence worsen the separation of power and profit from risk and responsibility. Basically, the use of this technology strengthens the position of the main company, strengthens the power that the main company already has over the contractor and subcontractor. And of course, this make even more convenient the subcontracting chain. So, some evidence from Italy. I just reported 2 Italian cases, but we have many other cases. For example, in US, we have a decision of the National Labor Relations Board on Amazon being the joint employer of the employee employed by the subcontractor. So we have other cases. I just report 2 cases from Italy because are the cases that I know better, and I could also read the court decision. So the first case concerns a decision adopted by the tribunal in Padua and then confirmed by the Court of Appeal of Venice. This case concerns pickers hired by a contractor whose activity were fully controlled by a software provided by the client. And according to the tribunal, the overall governance of the company's activity and the direction of work could be considered in this case as a computerized relationship with the apparent client, leaving the contractor with a residual function of control and disciplinary intervention usually requested by the client. So in other terms, the workers were directed by the client, not through a physical managers, but through an algorithmic management system provided to the contractor. So basically, the client was considered the employer. The second case concern Amazon. This was really a huge case on the press. You can find also, I quote an article on the press in Italian, but you can find surely also article in English because this was really a giant case. So what happened in July 2024, Amazon Italia Transport was prosecuted for gangmaster crime, caporalato in Italian. The proceeding concerned its constellation of subcontractors for the last mile delivery that, according to the prosecutor, were tank company. So their activity were fully organized and controlled by Amazon through its algorithmic management system. So according to the prosecutor, this company that just provided workers to Amazon. And Amazon, through its technological devices, exercised managerial power by organizing de facto the overall activity of distribution and delivery of goods, including that relating to the last mile delivery apparently contracted out to the supplier, directly exercising toward the courier, formally employed by the supplier, the power of employer. So basically, Amazon was considered the employer of the employees engaged by subcontractor. Why did we manage to reach these 2 important, very important decisions in Italy? Because in Italy, as in many other civil law legal systems, the employment relationship is based on 2 elements. The first one, the recognition of a power to direct the control over the worker. The employer has this power. The second point is that we have a prohibition of separation between the formal employer and the substantial employer. What does it mean? It means that the person that exerts the employer power must be the employer, despite of what is written in the contract. The contract is not relevant. What is relevant is what de facto happened. So if a person exerts the power of the employer, the power of to direct and control, this is the employer. And why do we have these two rules? Very important. Because there are two fundamental reasons. So this is the basic rule of labor law. When we start teaching labor law to our scholar, we teach that we recognize to the employer a power, because then the employer has duty and responsibility. So the two elements, power, duty, and responsibility, must always come together. They always have to stay together. So the person that has a power needs to be responsibilized, need to have also the duty linked to the power. This is the first point. The second point is even more important at European level, because labor legislation and collective agreement depend on who the employer is. If you change the employer, you change the labor legislation applicable, you change the collective agreement applicable. If you assure that, if you allow that the formal employer, the employer that just signed the contract is the real employer, then labor law is not mandatory anymore. Labor law become selectable, can be chosen by the person that want to run a business. So it's fundamental in order to have mandatory labor legislation, to have this substantial definition of employer that doesn't consider what is written in the contract. What is the problem at the European level? The problem at the European level is that we don't have a general definition of employer. We have worked a lot on the notion of workers, and finally we have important element, common element on the notion of worker. We don't have the same for the notion of employer. However, we have something. So it was already mentioned during this conference, the principle of primacy of fact that apply to employment relationship. If we apply this principle in order to decide if a relationship is a subordinate relationship, is an employment relationship, in my opinion, we should apply this principle also to define who the employer is. The second point is that, of course, the second reason that I mentioned in this slide is even more important at European level. So when you have transnational cases, it's important to have the labor legislation not decided by the company, but decided by the European law. We have plenty of European directive regulation. I'm thinking about the regulation on the coordination of social security was mentioned as well during the first session. That regulation aims at deciding which is the social security regime applicable. And in this case, it's fundamental to have a substantial definition of employer. It was the Court of Justice in a very important case, AFMB, that stated clearly that when the definition of employer determined the applicable law, the substantial employer definition should prevail over the formal employer definition. So now we come to the platform labor intermediaries and platform worker directive. I don't have a lot of time. 3 minutes. Okay, so sorry for having been long on the first part. So just one word on labor intermediary. Why? Because that was mentioned by, I think, all the presentation. Labor, it has, from a juridical point of view, labor intermediary, they do not exist. We don't have a definition of labor intermediaries. So my opinion is that we shouldn't use this kind of terminology from a juridical point of view. You can use it as a descriptive definition. So if you want to describe a reality, but from a prescriptive point of view, we have three definitions that are important. The first one, the definition of employment or recruitment agency. There was this morning another important presentation on this point. These are agency entity that just match labor and demand, demand and labor supply without hiring workers. The second definition that we have, the definition of temporary work agency. We have a directive in Europe that give a very, very broad definition of temporary work agency. And the third definition, we have a definition of contractor or subcontractor. When we talk about contractor and subcontractor, we talk about the entity that provides services by relying on its own business, organization, and workforce. And so these three definitions are enough to cover all the cases. We have also ILO convention on private employment agency that are sufficient to regulate this kind of situation. So we don't need another definition of labor intermediary. This kind of this terminology create confusion, and confusion is not good for regulating the context. Unfortunately, intermediary is exactly the word that used in Article 3 of the Platform Work Directly. Unfortunately, because I wouldn't have used this terminology. So here I skip this slide because here you have just the definition of the Platform Work Directive. So the digital labor platform, the automatic monitoring or decision-making system that are the system used to take or support decisions that significantly affect the person performing platform work or to monitor their performance. So basically, we have two different cases. The first case is the one in which we have an employment relationship. So if automated monitoring or decision-making system imply an employment relationship, then the digital labor platform should be considered a substantial employer. Because I gave you before the definition of automatic monitoring or decision-making system. These systems are used to take or support decisions that significantly affect person performing the platform work or to monitor their performance. So obviously this means power to direct and to control platform workers. So according to the substantial definition of employer, platform should be considered the employer. This is not the case. I say 1 minute, okay. I will be very, very, very quick. So Article 3 of this directive does not say it. It just says that member state shall take appropriate measures to ensure that where a digital platform make use of intermediaries, person performing platform who have a contractual relationship with an intermediary enjoy the same level of protection as those who have a direct contractual relationship with a digital platform. So the directive doesn't say that the platform is the employer. It just says that when we have an intermediary, the working condition of the worker must be at least the same as the working condition of worker that have a direct contractual relationship with the platform. So there should be an equal treatment. However, this equal treatment concerns only the protection afforded under the directive. So not the full protection, but only the protection considered into the directive. And Article 3 requires as well the adoption of a joint and several liability, but only where appropriate. So in my opinion, it is important to interpret this article as minimum standard. What does it mean? It means that it does not, this article does not prevent member state to consider platform as employer and to consider this intermediary as performing illegal supply of worker. The second possibility is that if a member state want to consider the intermediary as employer, then we should think about the application of the temporary work agency directive. And so in this case, this case should be regulated by the temporary work agency directive. I close the second case very quickly. If despite the use of this system, the person performing platform work is not classified as employee but as self-employed, then we have a subcontracting chain. And this is another point that is really, in my opinion, is I don't agree with this kind of regulation, because the directive could have prevented this kind of subcontracting chain. Instead, it allowed it. Final slide. Yeah, I don't say it, just some idea in order to better regulate this subcontracting chain. Thank you very much, and sorry for being.
No, thank you very much. Sorry for putting timekeeping pressure, which I'm not good at for myself. So it's just this red clock ticking. So thank you very much for showing the connection between digitalization and platform and subcontracting. So regulating the two. Maybe it's, we can solve two problems in one. Really difficult that this is going to happen, actually. Okay, I shut up. I open the floor to questions. Another, I see. We started around 8 minutes later, totally comprehensible, so we can maybe shift 5 minutes beyond the time. I see one question there, one question there, and one in the middle.
I have to run because I have to catch a flight, so sorry. But I just want to make a comment more than a question. It's about the last point on intermediaries. I disagree with your view, because I think that actually what you're saying is very true if you're looking at from an Italian perspective, an Italian regulation perspective. But when you start analyzing it from a common law countries or the global regulation that we are seeing emerging, the definition of intermediaries is kind of necessary. Because one of the points is that even in the example that you gave about Amazon, when it was recognized as being the substantial employer, not having the possibility of qualifying them as intermediaries would not allow to have this sort of like connection between the formal and the substantial employer. And this is the reason why also, and this reason is also because you cannot really define them either not as contractor or subcontractors, because they are not, because many times, as for example in the case of Amazon, there was not a subcontracting going on, and they're not recruitment or temporary agency either. So I think that the rationale behind, beyond the intermediaries definition that it was brought up by the Commission is exactly this, is exactly, to kind of like correct for the countries that do not have the strong link between formal and substantial, to allow for this sort of recognition.
Thank you very much, Ana Rosa, for the comment. It was a gentleman there, maybe Angelique, and then in the middle.
So to elaborate on this, I mean, would it really be an advantage to have, for a European worker, to have Amazon US as their actual employer? Because in that case, legally speaking, US law would apply, which may not exactly be in favor of the employees. So I'm not sure that that's what you want to go for. I have another question about, say, the tension between the personal sphere and the employer in the case of working from home.
So we know that in the workplace, there are all kinds of regulations about occupational health and safety. We know that the homes of most people are not nearly as safe as their workplaces. On the other hand, it's difficult to imagine that you would impose the workplace regulations on the homes of people, which are their own homes, and they have some privacy rights. The same goes for how they devote their time. If women commute less and they use that time that they save to do things that maybe you think their husband should be doing, should legislation then intervene, or should we ask this couple to discuss amongst the spouses how they're going to divide up this benefit from the saved time for commuting?
Okay, this we can take as a provocative point, and then we have the last.
Can't you use the principle of temporary agency work as a basis for platform work?
Very good point. Ivana?
Thank you to the three of you. A question to Virginia. We have a huge amount of literature about a variety of capitalism and social dialogue strategies. We know nowadays that digital technologies and artificial intelligence are enforcing organization companies as private regulators. So my question, I don't know if with your case studies you can say something about that, but there is a correlation or some link among the kind of organization of the company and the kind of social dialogue that is prevalent with this kind of organization. So analyzing not the varieties of social dialogue based on varieties of capitalism, but analyzing varieties of social dialogue based on varieties of organizational models of the company. I don't know if it's something that...
Okay, we have a choice. I think we have time only for one round of question. So if you can be both of you very telegraphic, and then I will be very strict with time for once. Yeah, go ahead, short, and then...
Wait.
You can have a...
Also, if you identify any patterns on these organizations that were negotiating artificial intelligence, was there any element that they share that could explain their relative success? Like, were they more sensitized to technology? Were they from a particular industry? Were they leveraging on specifics of labor law that could explain why they and not others were successfully negotiating AI? Thank you.
And final question, I would say.
Hi, sorry. I'm just adding just a quick clarifying point. My name's Kayla. I worked at the National Labor Relations Board under the Biden administration when that Amazon DSP decision came out. I don't know if it was mentioned, but basically this is referred to as joint employer in the United States, and the Biden administration had introduced a better joint employer standard that was killed by the courts. But Amazon was prosecuted under a complaint with the delivery service provider as joint employers. That complaint is probably going to be dead under the new administration, so that was never like codified into the law. But the theory of the complaint is basically that both employers would have to bargain over what they have control over. So it's two employers and they bargain over. So Amazon wouldn't have to bargain over every single thing that the terms and conditions that the employer, the contractor sets, but if they have like standardized health and safety trainings that all of their contractors have to do or something like that, Amazon would have to bargain over those things. So I question about that is just like, how does that work? That was how it would have worked in the US if we could have good labor law in the US, but I'm just wondering how that would work in this situation in Italy or in another European country.
Okay. So I think I will really ask you to give 2 minutes of your time on this, and maybe we can continue then the conversation. With drinks, apparently there is a reception. So,
yeah. We're keeping
just to put more pressure on you.
Okay, very quickly. So on occupational health and safety, and I'm going to pick up on Ginny's call for responses. So there's very interesting responses right now to address the issues that are happening at home, how the inspectorate can actually intervene when telework is happening, and other interesting developments right now when there's an occupational injury that occurs at home and how that is compensated by workers' comp. So there is interesting stuff happening there. It's not true, in my perspective, at least from a regulatory perspective, that because it's at home, that there's no take by occupational health and safety schemes or actors. So I think there is interesting things there. It goes to then maybe more on a high level perspective. I think what's happening right now is that historically telework was perceived as a privilege. And now it's more and more seeping into a working condition, and that's what we have to think as telework as being a working condition more and more, and how we're going to regulate it. I think that's the change of paradigm that we're assisting. Now, for your question about what do women do with their empty time, well, I mean, I'm going to be provocative in return, but I mean, if we would have waited for households to have better equality, I think we would still be waiting. So I think it's a call, what I was trying to lean towards, it's a call to think of other social policies, and the conclusion of Valeria's book by Damien Crimshaw shows that. It's how we also think of social policy more largely to address other issues such as daycare, such as other things, to be able to have more equality also in terms of reproductive labor. I think we cannot just think in terms of labor law regulates productive labor. Yes, historically that's been true, but there's other schemes and other frameworks that have to address other issues to tend towards more equality inside and outside the formal workplace. I'm going to stop to this.
Thank you.
Okay, I actually will be fast this time, and I'll just say that both of those, the questions about varieties of capitalism and the patterns of findings, I would just suggest reading my book, Exit, Voice, and Solidarity, because I actually address both of those issues. I'm looking at large organizations that are incumbent telecom firms, but embedded in different countries with institutions, so I see it as multi-level, and I think that's the same with these cases. But this report was not, it was for the ILO. It's about documenting cases explicitly, and we do have this framework, but we don't try to write an academic article where we very clearly control for all variables across, 20 countries. It's much more about just showing what is out there, and so I tried to pull a few overarching findings at the end. I think just generally this framework of thinking about labor getting power and having most success where they have constraints on exit, support for voice, and inclusive solidarity, that's my explanation, right, for why there are differences in their success. Where they have more of that, they tend to be more successful, and it's contextually different.
Thank you. Silvia.
So thank you for the question. First question, do we need a definition of a labor intermediary? I still maintain my position, no. Also the case in the US that was very well explained concern the joint employer theory, not the theory of intermediaries. I don't want to criticize the Article 3 of the directive. I understand why it was inserted. What I'm saying is that, we don't need an additional definition. We already have temporary agency work, temporary work agency. Can platform work be a temporary work agency? Yes, of course. They do exactly the same, and if they do this kind of activity, they enter the definition given by the European directive, and of course we need to apply this regulation. Amazon US as employer, no, it was Amazon Transport Italy. There is a company in Italy. Amazon, when operate in country, operate with a company there. And in case of Italy, it was Amazon Transport Italy. And what happened in other countries for the contractual issue, that's a bit more difficult to explain in the sense that we had extensive regulation, extensive negotiation, in Amazon in Italy, and it's very, very informal. So basically in my country, you can negotiate however you want. What is important is that the party of the negotiation, they should agree, but there is no regulation. So of course, there was a negotiation concerning subcontractor and Amazon together, but without the need to have the joint employer status recognized.
Thank you very much for these answers and for the questions. So I think now we can close the session and actually close the conference. I'm here, so I will take the opportunity to thank all the speakers, all the participants. A big thank you to my colleague Agnieszka Piasna, Wouter Zweisen, Angelique Vanutte, Sophie Casier, and Maria Nikolova, and to Bart Van Erck, our director, for his support. And of course to the team of Valeria Pulignano and Claudia Marra. So please join me in a round of applause, and it's done.